thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are in what's referred to as Community Fest, so you might know that up at the top of the screen here. You can vote if you think that I'm a good creator and you like what I do here. Please consider voting. And then the gifts this morning are connected to the Community Fest, so when you see them flash on the screen, and you guys know me, of course, I'm totally on top of the tech side. Said no whatever. I'll remind you, but gifting is always appreciated, never expected, always appreciated. But so thank you. There was a gifting goal today. We are also 6 subscribers away from our next subscriber giveaway. So if we can hit that number today, we will plan on doing another giveaway on Friday, which gives you the ability to get some merch from our merch store. Speaking of the merch store, you'll find that at FactsStillMatter.site, the Facts HQ. You can find that right there. And don't forget, we are crowdfunded here. So if you again appreciate what we do have our $1 a day fundraising promotion. If you want to give $1, you can do that, or you can donate directly to my Cash Apps, my PayPal, my Venmo. You know the drill. Apparently TikTok doesn't like when we talk about those things, but I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't really seem to matter what we say here every single day, but sounds like I'm off mic again. Son of a bitch. That's better. It's
New Yorker.
So again, Zohran Madani declared victory. Andrew Cuomo conceded last night. CNN projects that the Democratic Socialist and three-term state assemblyman's initial support will remain below 50%. They have ranked choice voting, which means the race will be formally decided by ranked choice voters and announced in July. However, it appears that his platform, again, which includes rent freezes, actual rent freezes, making city buses free, affordable childcare, raising taxes on the wealthy, it struck a chord. So, again, if there's a blueprint now we have one, right? We have a blueprint. AOC did something similar, a little bit different, because that was a borough. She's a representative from a district. This is the mayor. Exactly, right, Drew? What a radical. Spoke to the voters. Remember how we talked about this before, about how the Democratic machine, the messaging from the DNC has been speaking at voters, but not to voters, right? He spoke to voters. What's the biggest issue for you? Well, rent freeze and no affordable child care, and I think city buses should be free, and I think that we should raise taxes on the wealthy. I agree. Let's put that in our party platform. And that's what happened. So resistance in the form of listening to your potential voters, what a wild fucking concept. So fucking radical. Damn, that's crazy. So we'll see. But again, New Yorkers, like I said yesterday, I loved you yesterday. I love you today for doing that. I don't know how long I can extend that, with my, with the Red Sox. Yeah. Anyway, congratulations, New Yorkers. I appreciate you guys. Really, really well done. So we'll see how this goes. But again, Zohran Mamdani, do not forget that name. Do not forget that name. Okay. So let's talk about the big, bold, beautiful piece of shit bill that is still circulating through the Senate. So as we discuss in our spaces every single day, right? Everything is a distraction. Something's happening here, so they can lie to us over there. Something's going on over here, so they can tell us something different over there, right? So that's what's been happening. So I don't know if you follow the news girl, Lisa Remillard. I'm subscribed to her Substack. I get a lot of information from her. And just the way in which she framed things, I like it. So I'll follow some of the threads that she takes. So I just thought I would give her some cred and play some of the sound, because she's been reporting on, she follows the breaking news, and she does it in pretty clear and concise descriptions. So let's listen to what she had to say specifically around how where we're at with the big, bold, beautiful piece of shit bill. Remember, the situation specifically is that they want this to go through reconciliation, which means the parliamentarian, who's a nonpartisan entity, who's somebody who does a really good job apparently, because numerous administrations have kept her in the employ, and John Thune, who is the Senate Majority Leader. By the way, the Senate parliamentarian does not answer to the president. Does not. So there's nothing that the president can do about that person. It is the sole discretion of the Senate Majority Leader, which is exactly why. Let me just bring up Devo real quick. I think Devo might have a question. Good morning, Devo.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. I just wanted to hop up real quick when you were talking about the mayoral race, and I'm not in New York City, but New York State, so very familiar with Cuomo. And to your point, the way he's been messaging is exactly what we needed. But the other thing that stands out about him is that he is a little guy that was able to beat out the establishment, so to speak. For a lot of people that don't know, you probably know being in New Hampshire, but for a lot of people that don't know, Cuomo.
Oh, I'm in Vermont. Let's get that.
Vermont. I know better. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
It's okay. I'm just kidding.
You're my neighbor. But for those who don't know, Cuomo is Nepo baby of the establishment in a nutshell.
Absolutely.
His dad was gigantic in politics. So just the other side of it is that you have an underdog that beat out the establishment, which I think is an incredible precedent to set, because there's so many young people that now want to run for office and worry about going up against the big guys. And and not just an underdog, but an underdog that believes in the things that the majority of people in our country actually believe in, like affordable health care
and affordable housing and things like that. So it's, again, radical, right? Totally radical that we should be able to afford housing and we should be able to afford healthcare or have healthcare. That's the point. It's unfortunate to your point. You're right. To your point, though, it's unfortunate that would be considered an underdog. You know what I mean?
And that's that was kind of what I was getting at, is like that is sad that that's considered underdog. But yeah, just like I said, for people that don't know, Cuomo is the establishment and comes from all that, and it's a great example of you can take down the establishment. So I think this is a really great step, and I hope that the Democratic Party follows this lead.
Me too. We will find. I think at some point they're not going to have much of a choice, to be honest.
Exactly. Yeah.
So hopefully this is. I mean, again, the mayor of New York City does have a prominent voice potentially nationally, right? So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. But thank you very much for being here today. Appreciate you. Have a good day.
Forgive me for what I said.
That's okay. I'll let it slide. I understand. No problem. Have a good day. Take care. All right. Bye. Bye. You're right. Bye. Them's are fighting words. No, I'm kidding. Outsider, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well. I wanted to follow up with exactly what you were talking about, which is when you have big cities like New York, Boston, and cities like this, when they do something radical, what is how does that work with other states that see radical as bad? Does it help us? What does it do?
Well, that actually is going to that's going to sort of be part of our conversation today about a word like radical. When you think about radical, there's an intention there for when people on the right wing talk about the radical leftists. Well, radical people who want healthcare, children to eat, women to have rights to their body, to have the LGBTQIA community recognized, affordable housing, clean water, clean air. If that's radical, then sign me the fuck up.
Right.
So it's our responsibility to kind of push back against that message. It's in saying, well, what I think is radical, if you want to take away food from children, if you want to deny women rights over their body, or if you want to erase elements of our history because you're triggered by your faith and or your patriarchy, that would be radical.
Right.
So we have to own that message. And I think to the question you said, I think what this does is it's one thing to have, progressive candidates here and there, or people claim to be progressive, but this guy ran on a Democratic Socialist platform and ran on being a progressive, and he won. And I think that in a big city that's got national prominence with millions of dollars being spent in this mayoral race, we'll see. We'll see. I hope they learn.
Well, I am too. And like you said, I think it comes down to a lot of changing the way words are looked at, right? Especially because in places like New York, New Jersey, California, where we're considered radical, we pay in more taxes that help other people, right? So
exactly.
If what we're doing is radical, then something's wrong, because without us, you wouldn't make it. That's correct.
That's correct. Like donor states. Yeah, the large states. I mean, Texas and Florida are also donor states, but again, oftentimes it has to do with GDP. So the overwhelming majority of the blue state machine are the ones that contribute, which is one of the reasons that taxes are higher, but because you have a better quality of life, you have better education outcomes, you have better health outcomes, better social protections. These things cost, but what would you rather have? So the red states that complain about these things, they would not survive without funding from blue states. So again, if I'm radical, then sign me the fuck up. By the way, there is a shirt in the merch store that says #IamRadical. Go get yourselves one and wear it proudly. Thanks for jumping in today, Outsider. I appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
You got it. See you later. Something to watch, right? It's a platform. it's a platform, and I hope I spoke very, very critically of the DNC basically forcing David Hogg out, because David Hogg, a progressive, was the vice chair of the DNC, went on record saying, I'm going to use the money that I've fundraised and I'm going to prop up progressive candidates to run against incumbents, and they couldn't handle that. So this is on us now, friends, right? I don't know if you're Zohran Mamdani, right? Out of nowhere. It's got an Obama vibe to it in a way. I was kind of thinking about a comparison last night. Obama made his mark as a community activist. That's kind of how he became prominent. And then he gave that incredible speech at the 2004 DNC. Or 2000, is that right? Yeah, 2004 DNC. So good news to celebrate. Yeah, Jamu, basically they wanted to run. They didn't like his, long story short, he got pushed out of the DNC. Still there, but he's not going to run for re-election, or he's just going to leave, and it's just not a good story. Anyway, good news. So let's go back to where I was talking about the news girl, Lisa Remillard. Would highly recommend you following her. You can follow her on TikTok. You can follow her on Instagram. You can follow her on Substack. And I follow her in all these places. And she basically posts content and goes to all those channels. But this is an update. And I went through the update of the big, bold, beautiful bill, piece of shit. But the way in which she framed this here, I think will help all of us kind of stay up to speed. So let's just listen to her update and we can talk about it on the other side. Tapping is clapping, friends. Sharing is caring. Here we go.
Trump's big, beautiful bill is in the middle of an intense bird bath. And wow, is it bird bathing? That means a lot of big ticket items that Republicans really wanted have to be cut out, including that super controversial one that would severely limit a federal judge's ability to issue a preliminary injunction or temporary restraining order against a president. So I'm going to tell you all about that and two other items that have already been ruled out in a second. But first, quickly, as I explained in this video a few weeks ago, the Senate has this wonky procedure called the Byrd Rule. It is a law that only applies to the Senate.
TJ, I see you want your big, bold, beautiful tax credit. Well, pay attention because this is addressed. We'll get into that this morning. You may not be happy, TJ, but I'll just we'll wait for that.
It does not apply to the House. The Byrd Rule says if you want to use reconciliation in the Senate to pass your bill, the only types of provisions that can be included in that bill are ones that deal directly with budgetary issues. The big, beautiful bill is a reconciliation bill. Therefore, it must comply with the Byrd Rule. The Byrd Rule says any unrelated or extraneous provision cannot be included. An extraneous provision includes things like items that would increase the deficit beyond 10 years or items that have no budgetary impact at all, like policy changes.
An important distinction. Anything that increases the budget and anything that is non-specific to policy supporting budgetary items. So any extraneous stuff like judges not being able to hold elected officials accountable, for example, those things don't apply.
They call the process of determining whether an item complies with the Byrd Rule or not the Byrd Bath. So the Byrd Bath process is still ongoing in the Senate right now, but here's what we know is out already. The big one that I know a lot of you care about is that item that would have required plaintiffs suing the president or the federal government to first throw down a huge bond before a federal judge was even allowed to issue a preliminary injunction or a temporary restraining order that would block a president's action. That would have severely limited who would be able to challenge a president's executive order.
So that one, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to that one, but that was a big deal, that there was a requirement for plaintiffs to put down a massive amount of money to be able to sue based on the constitutionality or unconstitutionality of an executive order. Now, again, why would that need to be legislated? Think about it. What are you trying to hide? So the Congress, the House of Representatives tried to create a scenario where we're going to make it so impossible for people to challenge an executive order. We're going to do that by forcing people to post bond to be able to even pursue a fucking lawsuit. What are you trying to hide? Isn't this supposed to be the most transparent presidency of all time? Yeah, wow.
Or challenge the executive branch's policies because in lots of cases that bond could be millions or billions of dollars. Another measure that has to go has to do with SNAP benefits. In the Senate version of the big, beautiful bill, Republicans were trying to mandate that states cover escalating portions of SNAP costs if the state makes errors when distributing SNAP benefits.
Who then determines the error? You see what I mean? Why language is important? Someone could say, well, we're not going to issue that. They could decide, oh, well, blue states make errors all the time, therefore we're not going to provide SNAP benefits. Or red states blue cities and red states, well, you guys made an error. You're not going to get your SNAP benefits. And we already know that blue states subsidize SNAP benefits in red states. So MAGA voters, again, voting against themselves because they've been told lies, fake news, and misinformation, claiming that there's waste, fraud, and abuse connected to SNAP. And it just ain't true, okay? Not at the level that they want you to think. So this addresses that.
Now, that would have been a big deal because the federal government foots the bill for SNAP, and states have already said that they don't have the funding to cover these SNAP costs. So lots of people may lose their food benefits. Now, it's important for you to know that this is just one of the
food. The pro-life party, just want to make sure we remind everybody of that. The pro-life party was supporting taking food out of the mouths of children. Cool.
The many cuts that Republicans are making to SNAP in their big, beautiful bill. The others still stand. And the last provision I want to talk about that has to be eliminated from the big, beautiful bill is the Republican language that would cut the entire $6.4 billion budget for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Senate Republicans wanted that budget to be $0. That violates the Byrd Rule and also has to be cut out. There are lots of other provisions.
CFPB, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, protects consumers against financial fraud. Protects consumers against financial fraud. It's like a 4-to-1 ROI, billions of dollars returned to consumers because of financial fraud and corruption. And the Republican-led bill in the House version wanted to cut the entire budget from that program, meaning that it would no longer exist. Who benefits from that, friends? Who benefits from that? Let's think about this. Let's see. So predatory lenders, banking institutions, and payday loan companies who take advantage of consumers would be able to continue to take advantage of consumers. Follow what, everybody? Follow what? Follow what, everybody? Follow the damn money. And because the parliamentarians said, no, you can't do that. First of all, why the fuck would you want to take that program? I know. Because of money. Yeah.
That have to be cut according to the Byrd Rule, but I thought those three were among the biggest that you would probably care about. Now, just because a provision of the reconciliation bill violates the Byrd Rule does not mean senators can never vote on it. If it violates the Byrd Rule, that just means that particular provision will require the normal 60 Senate votes to pass instead of the 51 votes that you would need to get it passed through a reconciliation bill. Obviously, Republicans want to pack as many things into the big, beautiful reconciliation bill as they can because there are 53 Republicans in the Senate, which means if they all stick together, they only need 51 votes, so they could easily pass the big, beautiful bill without a single Democrat vote. Now, I'll keep you posted if any other big ticket items get cut out of the big, beautiful bill because of the Byrd bath. As I said, that process is still ongoing.
So, again, some good news. It doesn't address everything, as she just kind of discussed there. It doesn't address everything, but what it does, from my perspective, it exposes the entire game, right? Because there are elements within Project 2025 that point directly to what you see in this particular bill. So there's the fox is in the hen house, so to speak. Okay. Now, there's another element to this. Again, the specifics around lies, fake news, misinformation, disinformation, and distraction. Because we've all been sold, people like TJ and others have been sold no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and the child tax credit. Okay. So let's go to the source, which is in the bill. Right? So this is an example. This would be right now as an example of a primary source. So not an interpretation, not an opinion, but the primary source that is in the actual bill. Okay? I know that TJ is going to make Paul jealous. Paul and I have already made wedding plans, and now TJ is trying to slide in. I'm a freewheeling kind of guy. To each his own. I don't judge. I'm not going to kink shame. You want a throuple? That's okay. We can totally do that, TJ. I have no issues. You might want to ask Paul, aka Patrick, aka Paul, aka I don't fucking know. Anyway, here we are. So what we're going to go through now is an explanation of some of the elements that are connected to this language specifically around no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and the child tax credit. Okay? And I will remind you that in Project 2025, there was language specifically about tips, overtime. For example, not wanting to even offer overtime. Okay? Okay, videos and pics, or it didn't happen. Right. All right, here we go. So this is her breakdown of from the same bill, the specifics around no tax on tip, no tax on overtime, and the child tax credit. Everybody, please continue to like and share the live. Don't forget, we're looking for 6 subscribers today so we can get to our next target. Then that allows us to do another giveaway this week. So if we have 325 active subscribers by the end of this week, we'll do another giveaway on Friday. Don't forget, we are crowdfunded here. If you want to support the channel, you can do so either $1 a day. If you want to give more, that would be awesome. If not, you can find the pay apps in the link tree in my bio. And please, please, please consider subscribing to not only, if you're not subscribed here, please subscribe over on YouTube. Please consider subscribing on Blue Sky, also on Substack, and also on Twitch. It's crazy. I never would have in a million years, it's funny, I was talking to my son about it last night, and I'm like, do you follow me on Twitch? He's like, wait, Dad, you're on Twitch? Like, yeah, there's no content over there, but I have I secured the username. And he's like, what? Like, he's looking at me like, do I need to give my dad a little credit? Nah. Anyway, all right, this is the language about the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, the child tax credit. This is important because this is how we address misinformation. So let's listen to the news girl again.
Those of you counting on the promise of no tax on tips and no tax on overtime and an expanded child tax credit, I have an update for you that you need to hear. The Senate has officially made some changes to the plan that was passed by the House in the big, beautiful bill. And the Senate changes will reduce those benefits and will put more limitations on who is qualified. So before I get into it, this is still not the end. There could still be more changes to this bill after Senate Republicans go through more negotiations. But according to the Senate Finance Committee's recently released tax section of the big, beautiful bill, here's what we know. Let's start with no tax on overtime. The Senate version says the same thing the House version does. This is a tax deduction. It will only be allowed from tax year 2025 through tax year 2028. The bill says you will not see tax-free overtime on your paycheck.
That point right there, that has been something that the right has been running with, that you get more cash in your pocket with your paycheck. That's just not how it works. That's never been how it worked. And the right has been running with it because that is what Donald Trump has been telling his voters. I'm going to put more money in your pocket. No, it is a tax deduction. And then she breaks it down a little bit further.
Your overtime in your paycheck will be taxed. The way the Senate bill works is the same as the House version. At the end of the year, you will only be able to deduct qualified overtime on your taxes. Both the Senate version and the House version say you can only use this deduction on your taxes if you have a Social Security number. So if you use an ITIN number or any other number to pay taxes that's not a Social Security number, you do not qualify to deduct your overtime. Now, here's where things get different. In the Senate version, if you have a Social Security number, senators have put a cap on how much you can deduct of your qualified overtime, and they have changed who is eligible to deduct their overtime pay. According to the Senate bill text, you will only be allowed to deduct up to $12,500 for that taxable year if you are a single filer, and you will only be able to deduct up to $25,000 if you file a married joint return.
So it's not unlimited, up to $12,500. Okay? And again, it's a tax credit at the end of the year. It's not money in your pocket every week, which is what you've allowed yourself to believe because of lies, fibs, misinformation, in an attempt to try to convince voters that I'm going to put more money in your pocket. It's never been that way. If you're bothered to pay attention, right? It's a deduction. Yes, it's a deduction. Correct. My bad. You can only deduct up to, single filers can only deduct up to $12,500 per year. Married filers only can deduct up to $25,000 per year. Okay? Okay.
The House version had no cap on how much of your qualified overtime you could deduct. The Senate version is also different in that it changes who is qualified to even deduct that up to $12,500 or $25,000.
Usually a couple good points. So when MAGA shares it, it's misinformation because they feel like it's the truth. When it comes from the White House and when it comes from other sources who know the details, that would be disinformation. That's intentionally lying to somebody. So it's a fair point, and we'll get into that. Misinformation is if you're sharing something that you believe to be true. That would be misinformation. So when we watch MAGA in their spaces, right? When we see MAGA in their spaces and they're talking about, oh, it's in the bill, they are sharing it because that's what they believe to be true because they've been told that. So they're victims of disinformation, disinformation being a lie. So when the White House and or pundits put out information that they know is a lie because this is in their bill, they know the mechanisms, they know how it works, that's disinformation. We'll get into more of that in a little bit, but thank you for that call out.
It says you will only qualify for that overtime deduction if you make less than $150,000 as a single filer or $300,000 if you are a married couple filing jointly. If you make more than that, the Senate bill says your overtime deduction would decrease by $100 for every $1,000 you make over the $150,000 or $300,000 limit. So, for example, if your modified adjusted gross income is $151,000 a year as a single filer, you would only be able to deduct up to $12,400 of your overtime instead of $12,500. And then it goes down from there. Does that make sense? So now what qualifies as overtime?
Did you guys follow that? So if you exceed the cap in earnings, then you get a $100 deduction for every dollar that you're over. Makes sense. Okay.
Well, that part is the same as it is in the House version. It says overtime is federally calculated at a minimum of 1.5 times a qualified employee's regular hourly rate for hours worked exceeding 40 hours in one work week. According to the Senate bill text, qualified OT includes overtime pay for all non-exempt employees as outlined in the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938. Bottom line, if you are getting overtime now, you probably already know who you are. That would continue under this bill. The bill does not add any new categories of workers who would be eligible for overtime. Now let's talk about no tax on tips. Again, parts of the...
So to summarize the no tax on OT piece, it's not more money in your paycheck. It's to the discretion of the employer. And again, there's language in Project 2025 that wants to do away with overtime altogether. So this is where we are in this space of how far is the Senate going to go to try to make this legislation palatable for the House to pass it, because the rules, what the House had offered is different than what the Senate wants. So her name is the News Girl. You can find her. It's Lisa.Remillard, Remillard. You can find her that way. She's on TikTok as the News Girl. So again, language matters, right? So what did the Dems want on overtime tax? There's nothing wrong with reducing taxes on overtime, but what we're trying to say, TJ, is that you and a lot of others in your space who voted for this were told that you're going to get money in your paycheck every week because of this, and you're not. That's the point. Okay, you're not. You never were. It was never. Not facts up here spewing this. I'm going to the primary source, which is the bill. Cool.
Senate version are the same as the House version. First, you must still claim the tips on your taxes as income. And then, according to the bill, if you qualify and if the tip qualifies, you can deduct it. But again, only through tax year 2025 through tax year 2028.
3 years, and it's same thing. It's a deduction at the end of the year. Not more money in your paycheck. These things are really important because a lot of people are cheering this on. So it's 3 years. It's not permanent, right? We know that. Gee, I wonder why. I know. Because we eventually have to pay for the billionaire and trillionaire tax cut that we're going to offer. Cool.
The tips are only qualified if 1, you have a social security number. 2, you work in an industry that normally receives tips like a restaurant server or a food delivery driver or a nail tech or a hairstylist.
Or a Supreme Court justice.
Like you can't be a teacher and deduct your tips. The tip is only qualified if 3, it is paid voluntarily without any consequences if your customer doesn't pay it. So if you're in a service industry that normally receives tips, you can't force people to tip you and then deduct those tips. The Senate version makes it clear that cash tips, tips received through credit cards, and tips received from other employees under a tip sharing agreement do qualify. But here's where things change. In the Senate version of the bill, it caps the amount of tips that you can deduct from your taxes. It says you can only deduct up to $25,000 in that taxable year for your tips. The House version had no limit. The Senate version also says you can only qualify to deduct that $25,000 in tips if, again, you make less than $150,000 as a single filer or $300,000 if you are a married couple filing jointly. Again, if you make more than that, the bill text says your tip deduction would decrease by $100 for every $1,000 over the $150,000 or $300,000.
Same limit as the no tax on overtime. That cap at $150 for single filer or $300,000 for joint filers.
Income limit. Lastly, the child tax credit.
This is parts for you, TJ. Listen up.
Is different in the Senate version of the big beautiful bill than it is in the House version. The Senate version says the child tax credit will increase for children and parents who qualify to $2,200. Under the current law, it's $2,000. But that $2,200 is less than the $2,500 for the child tax credit as it's written in the House version. But in the Senate version, that $2,200 child tax credit is permanent. The House version ends that $2,500 child tax credit in 2028. Now, if you have kids and you normally...
TJ, no, it was not $1,000. Kamala Harris's bill, by the way, was $2,500 to make it permanent. So the House and the Senate versions are different. Did you just listen, or are you not listening? I prepared this just for you, boo. I brought down your chocolate milk and your cookies like you asked, and I prepared this just for you. So listen.
Normally take the child tax credit. The other change that you should be aware of that appears in both the House and the Senate version is you will now only be able to claim the child tax credit if you have a Social Security number. So this bill says even if your children have Social Security numbers, if you as the parent have an ITIN number or any other number other than a Social Security number, you will not qualify for the child tax credit, even if your kids have Social Security numbers. Neither.
So once again, undocumented immigrants who have an ITIN number, who work, who contribute to the system, who pay in billions of dollars of taxes annually, would again not be able to take advantage of any of the benefits. Okay.
Neither bill changes the ages of kids who are eligible for the credit, nor do either of the bills change the income thresholds for parents to qualify. Now, I know that's a lot of information, but I wanted to be as detailed as possible because I know how important this is to a lot of you. So if you want to read this new tax bill text, I'm going to email it out to you in my Facts HQ email, so make sure you sign yourself up.
Okay, so what do we learn? What do we learn? We learned that, first of all, that the big, bold, beautiful piece of shit bill, as it is from the House, is not going to be able to be voted on as is in the Senate because of the parliamentarians saying, no. What we know, again, as we combat misinformation, propaganda, and lies, is that the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime is not more money in your pocket every week. It's a deduction at the end of the year, but there are limits connected to it. We also know that the Senate version a reduced amount, but they want to make it permanent. The House version says we'll offer a little bit more, but we want it to end in 3 years. So that's where we sit, okay? That's not opinion, TJ. That's not facts up here trying to convince you of stuff. That is in the language of the bill. So to be objective would say, okay, I didn't know that. I was under the impression that it was more money in your pocket every week. I was under the impression that it was uncapped. Now that we have information, how do we feel about it now? Exactly, Debbie. It's not a win for lower middle class at all. It's just not. And you're right, the deduction is not a dollar for dollar. And again, because, let me put it this way. Should we just trust corporations? Don't forget, they might decide to recategorize everything. Who the fuck knows? We don't know. That's part of what we're talking about. So there's 2,200 versus 2,500 isn't significant. Do you make lots of money, TJ? I don't know about you guys. Would you guys like an extra $300 every single year? I would. Anybody want to say no to $300? Nice place of privilege that you're coming from there. $2,200 to $2,500 isn't significant. Maybe for you it's not. That could be somebody's food budget for the month. that could be the difference between eating 1 month and paying your oil bill or whatever. See, you're sitting in your place of privilege, my guy. That's not very good. I don't want to misgender you. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'll call you they. Anywho, so now that we've got a little bit of information about that, I hope that helps, guys. I just kind of wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of what was happening because that is still churning and burning out there. Okay, so good news so far today. Zohran Mamdani is the Democratic nominee to be the next mayor of New York City, and he will likely run against Andrew Cuomo. Has hinted that he will still put his name in the hat. Eric Adams is the current mayor. He's going to be running as an independent, apparently, although I don't know. We'll see about that. And then Curtis Sliwa, which is a name that I've had in my head for years. I remember him in his red-capped vigilantes in New York. He's running as the Republican, and that election will be in November. So we'll see. All right. You can pay your taxes on your water bill with that difference. Not both, of course, but never both. Exactly. Fair point, Andy, right? $300. Why would we want the government to have it? Why wouldn't we? And don't brush it off. In an attempt to justify your support of this big, bold, beautiful piece of shit bill, why can't you just say, oh, I didn't know that? Because, TJ, you didn't know everything as it was just broken down there. You didn't know all that. So just be like, okay. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize it was going to expire. I didn't realize I was going to get cash in my pocket. I didn't realize it was going to be a deduction. I didn't realize the deductions were going to be capped. So is it something good? I think we could talk about objectively how we would turn policy into supporting people who work in the service industry, for example, right? Supporting folks who work in those industries that depend on tips. I'm a good tipper, not just the tip. I should not have said that. Hold on. Anywho, I respect people who work in the service industry. Like if you give me good service, you're going to get a good tip. I don't feel like if anybody's just going to go about the motions, then you'll get the 15% minimum because I think you're working hard. But if you give me good service, you're going to get a good tip, 25% at least. But here we are. All right. It's funny. Before we let Eve speak, I don't know if you heard this, but a lot of people said when they heard the news girl, they thought it was you.
I heard that, and that is incredibly flattering, but I can't stand the sound of my voice, and I love hers, so.
Wait a second. Are you kidding me? You and I have talked about this, about how you have your fan club. Now, I am protective of my mods, so if any of you all out there send inappropriate messages to anybody on my mod team, you're going to have to answer to me, just so you know. Okay? So nobody cross the line. Thank you.
Well, we're very protective of you as well, so it goes both ways.
Yes, I know.
Yes. So
what you got, friend?
I have a morning mod announcement for everyone. Good morning, good morning. Y'all know that I'm here to remind you to please support our fabulous hostess with the mostest. He's here every day with that fiery feral fist for freedom, bringing you facts over feelings, because facts still matter, and they always will. So, if you have the means, let's help Facts meet his gift goals and sub waves. Subscriptions are an easy way to show support, and we have our sub-only events like our weekly raffle giveaway. You can show support directly with the apps in the link tree of his bio, which is a great way to avoid the TikTok tariffs. You can find the Facts HQ and Discord link there as well. And you can check out the merch, which is another way that you can show support. And you get to get something back for yourself. I want to remind y'all that Steve is here for over 20 hours a week just on this show alone. That does not include the additional shows that he does and random Sunday pop-ups. And he does this, and he does this because he's unrelenting in his commitment to our community and providing a platform for voices to be heard. So show your love. I'm encouraging y'all to participate in the daily dollar donation drive. Giving just $1 truly adds up, and it makes a huge impact. We have a lot of folks that are asking for help in our mutual aid channel, and we want to be able to give back and continue to make this the best community on TikTok. Okay. If you're just looking for that fun-free forum for the Facts family to frolic, then Discord is the place. If the link in the bio doesn't work, try to copy and paste it into a browser or Google. That usually works, but if not, reach out to a moderator. We'll hook you up. When you join, open a ticket. There's a couple quick questions. If you need assistance with that, we can help you get verified in the unverified lobby by walking you through it. Now, if you haven't already, please click that follow or heart me up at the top of the screen next to Fax's name. You can join the team for the cost of a penny. You can do this every day, and it helps the algorithm to keep us on the FYP. You can also claim the daily check-ins, and also remember that the Community Fest is going on. That helps the algorithm as well by sending out those little 1-cent gifts. The main thing that we ask of y'all is to interact in the comments as well as tapping your little hearts out. It's always free to tap and share out the live, and if you don't have any friends, you can click the copy link. It works the same as a share, and no one will be the wiser. After this live stream, when you have a chance, head on over to YouTube and Twitch and subscribe to FactsStillMatter there as well. Subscriptions on YouTube are free, just like following your favorite creators here on TikTok. Lastly, be kind, smile at a stranger, and have a fuck your feelings kind of day.
Like I said, no inappropriate reactions. Nobody be sending any DPs to any of my mods. You'll have to answer to me. Although I'm not going to judge. That may be your thing. Who knows? I'm just saying, don't cross the line. I love you, friend. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much.
And I judge for the record.
Yes, you do. Okay, so we spent Sunday, yesterday, and Monday talking about, the situation between Israel and Iran. I feel like we've gone through that exercise pretty well. So this section now I want to kind of get into speaks directly to this topic for today. Navigating misinformation is a full-time job. The status of the ceasefire. So it looks at this point like things are holding. So what we do know, though, is that you can tell the reaction of how the promises made by the president were not promises kept by Israel and Iran, because they both violated the ceasefire. So it was never really. It's hard to say. I don't feel comfortable in my opinion. It doesn't seem to me that there was a coordinated effort for both parties to agree at the time at which the president went out and said that both parties agreed. So that's what I think. Again, that's just my opinion. That's how I've interpreted it. So we'll see. We'll see if it holds. These kinds of things, especially when we're talking about generational human history regarding the Israeli government and the Iranian government, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like I said yesterday, it's three old men with anger issues. The Ayatollah, Bibi Netanyahu, Donald Trump. We all are hoping a ceasefire. This is what it looks like to be objective, friends on the right. We all want a ceasefire. That's what we want. We should all want that. I don't care how it happens. I just want it to happen. If you feel like you need to give Donald Trump the credit for that, then go ahead. I don't give a shit. I just want a ceasefire. Okay? But let's be clear as to what it is that we know. Part of this has come from the misinformation highway that we're on now is related to some of the language specifically from the mouth of the president. Like we said, the only source that we could confirm that the ceasefire was in place was him, right? And people in his, intelligence community. The global intelligence community, I'm sorry, I got something in my nose. Got it. Sorry. Had a hanger on her. So we've been trying to track that, right? Okay, let's be objective. Where do we get the information? So we looked at BBC, we looked at Al Jazeera, we looked at the AP. These are all credible sources, and I'll get into this in just a little bit. And none of them were able to confirm the validity of the claims regarding the ceasefire. When it was signed, if it was signed, who agreed to it, what were the terms. We do know the language was very, very vague. Iran had to go first, then Israel, not a sugar, just a booger. Iran had to go first 12 hours later, then Israel could go. They were both violating the terms. We know that Donald Trump dropped the F-bomb because he was pissed at both of them for violating the ceasefire. So we know that happened. Okay, we know that happened. So for him to go out preemptively and say, hey, the ceasefire is in place, that wasn't the case. We know that Russia was very critical. Russia criticizing Israel and the U.S. for violating terms. We know that the Proliferation Treaty was in place. The only countries that did not sign the NPT, the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, were India, Pakistan, for obvious reasons, South Sudan, because they were a new country, and Israel. And the whole issue regarding inspections, we went through that yesterday. Thank you to Manny and to Olive, I think it was Monday, for breaking that down for us. We went through the status from July 2015 through May of 2015, when the JCPOA was in effect. We know that Iran was following it according to the IAEA. And this is where we get into trouble, right? When we get into the lies and misinformation, because when somebody just come out and said, well, they were violating the terms. No, they were not. They were in compliance with the terms. What happened was sanctions and then the unaliving of Soleimani. And then Iran's like, okay. And they were nowhere near Iranian, they were nowhere near what's required from enriching uranium to make it weapons grade. That, again, is disinformation coming from the White House, misinformation when it gets spread across various TikTok channels, et cetera, et cetera. Because the people that are on the receiving end are the victims of the disinformation, and then they spread it. So when we think about that pipeline, right, the disinformation, the propaganda starts from some source. And I'll do the breakdown in just a minute. I just want to close this one particular loop. The people on the receiving end of the disinformation are the victims. Okay, they're the ones that are the victims of the disinformation. When they spread the information, that becomes misinformation because they believe what they're sharing is correct. So they're victims of it too. All right. I'm not offering them any kind of empathy because it would be very easy to kind of poke a hole in this if you, depending on your willingness, your media literacy, your apprehension to falling victim to cognitive dissonance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that's what ends up happening. So when you go into these spaces and you hear them talking about a ceasefire, and we know that while the ceasefire, during the time that President Trump said that there was a ceasefire, we know that both countries were violating it. They were talking in terms about how the hostilities have stopped, and they just didn't. And then when President Trump comes out and drops the F-bomb, because he was pissed at both countries for violating the ceasefire, what do we hear from the right? We hear, well, you can't expect them to stop fighting just immediately. You see what I mean? This is the part that one of the reasons that I got on TikTok to begin with, well, initially I wanted to try, I wanted to test out some comedy. That's how it started. But I'm like, wow, there is a ton of disinformation and propaganda just flying around this space. I've kind of studied this stuff for a long time. I've got game, I've been in the media. I understand what a primary source is and what a secondary source is. I'm gonna get on this space and talk about it. So I've spent a lot of time and a lot of energy and a lot of emotional energy and professional energy on these kinds of things. So that's kind of why I wanted to be in this space, to try to point out, first of all, what is disinformation, what is misinformation, what is propaganda, and then how we help others navigate through it, right? I thought the IAEA sounded the alert a couple weeks ago. No, the IAEA did not sound that alert. The IAEA has never reported that Iran was anywhere close to the 90% required for enriching uranium. See, this is, again, the issue that we're talking about. Anyway, so that then brings us to the press conference that Pete Hegseth had. Pete Hegseth claimed that they were waiting for what's called the BDA, which is the Battle Damage Assessment. Now, the Battle Damage Assessment would be the results of the Operation Midnight, I think what it was called. I forget what it was called. The Battle Damage Assessment would come from CENTCOM through the Pentagon and through the Department of Defense's, intelligence wing. So that's what we were told was going to happen. Pete Hegseth in his press conference said, we will be getting the BDA. So now we are in an interesting spot, right? We are in an interesting spot. I will remind you, I'm gonna try to paint the picture. I got to go back a little bit, so give me a minute. I'm gonna try to paint the picture as to the claims that have been made, right? I'm gonna start with Mr. Trump. Both Israel and Iran wanted to stop the war equally. It was my great honor to destroy all nuclear facilities and obliterate their capacity and then stop the war. That's kind of a summary of some of the language that he posted on Truth Social. They're using terms like obliterate. Now, obliterate, Midnight Hammer. Thank you, Nofir. Operation Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer. Here's a funny story. I digress for a second. I worked in radio. I think I told you guys that. And I used to work for an independent station. Then it was bought up by a larger station. Okay. And then they had this thing called voice tracking or boxing. So if you worked at a radio station in Vermont, for example, and you were part of a syndicate of stations and they had stations throughout the country, you would go and basically put your voice in a box and then that would be broadcast on the air in other stations, in other markets. So I was living in Vermont and I was on the air at a station in Orlando, Florida. And I was the midday jock from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And every lunchtime they had a show. And I used my real name when I did my radio because it was a simple, easy to remember name. But they gave me my name. I can't even believe I'm going to share this story because I'm going to get no end of shit for it. But I'm transparent. Here we go. So they gave me my name. They told me what my name was going to be, my radio name. My radio name was Jack Hammer. And the lunchtime music hour was known as, wait for it, Hammer Time. So whenever I hear Hammer, that's where my brain goes. Welcome to Hammer Time. Anyway, sorry, but there you go. I know, it's funny, right? It's fucking hilarious. I know, it's so hilarious. Anywho, back to the story. Okay, so they use words like obliterate, and then Pete Hegseth has done the same thing, and this is his statement on that topic, right?
National Intelligence released their threat assessment, concluding, quote, Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear programs he suspended in 2003, unquote. So what new intelligence does the U.S. have since then that the Iranians have?
Hold on. Yeah, Danielle, you're right. Corn. So they always talk about this. Your radio name and your corn name should be the name of your pet and the road that you grew up on as a kid. So my corn name would be Boo Mason. That's a good corn name. All right, everybody put your corn name in the chat. The name of your pet as a kid and the name of the street that you grew up on. They're synonymous with each other, right? You could have your corn name and your radio name. So again, my corn name was Boo Mason. Binky Fairfax, Jesse Paxson, Sparky Spanish Pines, Cassie Maine, Radar Edmonds, that's a good one. Rock Tremont, woohoo! Rock Tremont, Baby Spruce, Stormy Brentwood, oh, Dusty Bradley, Shiloh Hard. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Where was that one? Where is Shiloh Hard? Sox Hoover, Lori, Lori B. Shiloh Hard. Anyway, I'm feeling spicy today. So Queen Hollis, Gretchen Bernhardt, Million Carfax. Anyway, okay, back to the news. Toby Field, Kitty Castañas, Benji Broadway. Those are great. So your corn name and your radio name, it's Fluffy Hobart, Bullet Cove, Peter Sandringham. Those are great. Luna Fox Run, Waspy, Kingo Potter, Zippy Morrison. You see what I mean? It could be your radio name or your corn name. Anywho, back to this.
Have changed their position on nuclear weapons. And does this new intelligence come from U.S. sources and methods, or are we getting this information from other countries?
Well, I would just simply say that the president's made it very clear. He's looked at all of this, all of the intelligence, all of the information, and come to the conclusion that the Iranian nuclear program is a threat, and was willing to take this precision operation to neutralize that threat in order to advance American national interests, reduce the Iranian nuclear program, and obviously collective self-defense of ourselves and our allies. So he looked at all of it, understood the nature of the threat, and took bold action I think the American people would expect in a commander-in-chief.
Okay, so we've got that. We've got Pete Hegseth then saying this about the results.
The order we received from our commander-in-chief was focused, it was powerful, and it was clear. We devastated the Iranian nuclear program. But it's worth noting the operation did not target Iranian troops or the Iranian people. For the entirety of his time in office, President Trump has consistently stated for over 10 years that Iran must not get a nuclear weapon. Iran found out when POTUS says 60 days that he seeks peace and negotiation, he means 60 days of peace and negotiation. Otherwise, that nuclear program, that nuclear capability will not exist. He meant it. Any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Signed, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Okay, so a couple things in that statement. First of all, we do know that there was a response by the Iranian government to send missiles towards Qatar, to the U.S. military base that was over there. And there was no response from the United States. Now, that may be, I'm glad, because it could have escalated really quickly. But when you use words like decimate, you use words like destroy, obliterate, and then you also, in that same press conference, say, we will determine the results when we get the BDA, the Battle Damage Assessment, which comes from CENTCOM. The reason I share that with you is because of this. So the statement, they came out. Now, this was reported on by CNN. Now, again, I know what you're going to say, the TJs, the Pauls of the world. When you are citing a source in an article, it doesn't matter the news agency that reports it. But since then, we've had the New York Times, the Washington Post, and others, including Al Jazeera, the BBC. They've all done the same thing. They've all reported on the same story. This is the story. U.S. intel assessment suggests strikes on Iran did not destroy nuclear sites, sources say. The assessment, which has not been previously reported, was produced by the Defense Intelligence Agency, the Pentagon's intelligence arm. The group that Pete Hegseth referenced, saying once we get the BDA, the Battle Damage Assessment, from our own intelligence, we will report. Don't forget, they leaned in. They leaned in and said, all right, we're going to obliterated, destroyed, decimated, game over. It is based on a battle damage assessment conducted by U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, in the aftermath of the U.S. strikes, one of the sources said. The analysis of the damage to the sites and the impact of the strikes on Iran's nuclear ambitions is ongoing and could change as more intelligence becomes available. But the early findings are at odds with what the president repeated claims the strikes completely and totally obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth also said on Sunday that Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated. Two of the people familiar with the assessment said Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium was not destroyed. One of the people said the centrifuges are largely intact. So the assessment is that the U.S. set them back maybe a few months, this person said. The White House, this is the key point right here. The White House acknowledged the existence of the assessment, but they disagreed with it. I've been thinking about this one because you have, don't forget, we only hire the best. Right? We only hire the best. We only hire the best people. We only want the best people involved. So you've got the best people. Don't forget to vote, guys, up here in the fan club. If you're a fan, I know it's so weird, then do the thing. Just do the thing. We only hire the best people. Think about the intelligence community. Tulsi Gabbard coming out and saying there's no evidence. The global intelligence community, the people that provide information to the president through his daily press briefings, his intelligence briefings, are the ones that have been telling. I have to do something here. What do I have to do? Start now. It's bonus time. So gift. Cool. Thank you. It's bonus time. Bonus away. Thank you. When you have the intelligence community telling you these things, everybody telling you the same thing, everybody saying they are nowhere near what you claim, and then his response, his being the president's response, is to say, well, I don't believe them. So then we as critical thinkers trying to navigate to the truth say, well, where did you get that information then? If your intelligence community is telling you that they're nowhere close, the person that you hired, you say you only hire the best. Where are you getting that information from? And we know that it came from Bibi Netanyahu. Okay? We know that it came from Bibi. So you make decisions to involve the U.S. military. You potentially escalate something that could get extremely severe, and you do that by only trusting Bibi Netanyahu. You can't look at the IAEA report because they did not say that Iran was close to a nuke. We know that the JPCOA was working. We know that your own cabinet members and your own intelligence community, with the exception of Pete Hegseth, of course, because he said the same thing about obliterated, because he's just sniffing the taint. His nose is so far up there. Damn. I mean, that's why Pete still has his job, to be honest. That's the only reason he still has his job. He still has his job because he just sucks the D. The orange D. That's the only reason he still has his job. Sorry. So here we are, right? So now we have the BDA that comes out from the group that's supposed to report on it. The promise made by the SecDef that you're going to get the BDA. We get the BDA. They tell us, no, not obliterated. You might have sent him back a couple of months. And everybody says, okay, yeah, well, the report exists, but you're lying. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told CNN in a statement, this, quote, this alleged assessment is flat out wrong and was classified as top secret, but was still leaked to CNN by an anonymous low-level loser in the intelligence community. The leaking of this alleged assessment is a clear attempt to demean President Trump and discredit the brave fighter pilots who conducted a perfectly executed mission to obliterate Iran's nuclear program. Everyone knows what happens when you drop 14 30,000-pound bombs perfectly on their target. Total obliteration. The U.S. military has said the operation went as planned and that it was an overwhelming success. It is still early for the U.S. to have a comprehensive picture of the impact of the strikes, and none of the sources described how the battle damage assessment compares to the view of other agencies in the intelligence community. The U.S. is continuing to pick up intelligence, including from within Iran, as they assess the damage. Israel had been carrying out strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities for days leading up to the U.S. military operation, but claimed to need the U.S.'s 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs to finish the job. While U.S. B-2 bombers dropped over a dozen of the bombs on two of the nuclear facilities, the Fordow fuel enrichment plant and the Natanz enrichment complex, the bombs did not fully eliminate the site centrifuges and highly enriched uranium, according to the people familiar with the assessment. Instead, the impact to all three sites, Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan, was largely restricted to above-ground structures which were severely damaged, the sources said. That includes the site's power infrastructure and some of the above-ground facilities used to turn uranium into metal for making boom booms. Hegseth also told CNN, quote, based on everything we have seen, and I've seen it all, our bombing campaign obliterated Iran's ability to create weapons. Our massive bombs hit exactly the right spot at each target and worked perfectly. The impact of those bombs is buried under a mountain of rubble in Iran, so anyone who says the bombs were not devastating is just trying to undermine the president of the successful mission. It's your people, my guy. These are your people. This is the people. You told us that we're going to get a battle damage assessment from the Department of Defense through CENTCOM. and the intelligence agencies within the Pentagon. You told us that in your statement. You told us that. So we get it, and now they're wrong? What? You see what I mean about how dangerous this shit is? On Tuesday morning, Trump repeated his belief, the damage from the strike was significant. Quote, I think it's been completely demolished, he said, adding, those pilots hit their targets, those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. Asked about the possibility of Iran rebuilding its nuclear program, Trump responded, that place is under a rock. That place is demolished. While Trump and Hegseth have been bullish about the success of the strikes, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane said Sunday that while the damage assessment was still ongoing, it would be way too early to comment on whether or not Iran still retains some capabilities. Republican Michael McCall, the chairman emeritus of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, would not echo Trump's claim that the Iranian program had been obliterated. Quote, I've been briefed on this plan in the past, and it was never meant to completely destroy the nuclear facilities, but rather cause significant damage. But it was always known to be a temporary setback. Jeffrey Lewis, a weapons expert and professor at Middlebury Institute of International Studies, who has closely reviewed commercial satellite imagery of the strikes, agreed with the assessment that the attacks do not appear to have ended Iran's nuclear program. The ceasefire, quote, the ceasefire came without either Israel or the United States being able to destroy several key underground nuclear facilities, including near Natanz, Isfahan, and Parshin, Lewis said, referring to the ceasefire between Israel and Iran that Trump announced Monday preemptively. These facilities could serve as the basis for rapid reconstruction of Iran's nuclear program. Earlier on Tuesday, classified briefings for both the House and the Senate on the operations were canceled. The all-Senate briefing had been moved to Thursday, according to two sources within the matter. So I would think you would want to involve Congress, right? So here we are. Why would they need an extra couple of days? To get their fucking story straight. Two separate sources familiar told CNN the briefing for all House lawmakers has also been postponed. It was not immediately clear why it was delayed or when it would be rescheduled. I know why. Because they're caught again. And again, I want to make it very, very clear here, okay? This is not me picking a side in this, all right? This is not me picking a side. I am just going by what they told us. They said that we will get you the battle damage assessment, the BDA, from CENTCOM, okay, Central Command, through the Pentagon's intelligence agency. The intelligence agency, the White House acknowledges this report exists from their people. The White House acknowledges that this report exists from their people. And now because they've come out and made a statement like obliterated, devastated, their program is over. And because they've said that publicly, they are in total spin. They are now, Caroline Leavitt is going to throw her cross at the journalists. And Pete Hegseth is going to use some of his hair gel and try to make a slippery floor. So when journalists walk across the floor, they slip and fall. The statement from the president on this topic is telling because, again, it's in all caps. Hold on. By the way, he had to slip this in there 21 hours ago. What Biden did to this country should never be forgotten, in all caps. Okay, here's the statement. This is the statement from the president in response to all of this, because he's gone out publicly and say devastated, destroyed, obliterated, blah, fucking blah, fucking blah. Where is it? By the way, he's over at The Hague with NATO. I'm sure that's going well. Okay. Okay. Hold on. All right, this is it. Sorry, we're doing the voice today.
By the way, this is in all caps, because I gotta get your attention. The whole thing's in all caps. Fake news CNN, together with the failing New York Times, have teamed up in an attempt to demean one of the most successful military strikes in history. The nuclear sites in Iran are completely destroyed. Both the Times and CNN are getting slammed by the public.
I don't know what to tell you. So that's what we know, right? That's what we know. Who's here? Oh, Toby. So again, right? This is an example of what it is that we're talking about now. So we knew that the ceasefire was not in effect because people were, first of all, they were lobbing missiles at each other during the time that the president claimed that there was a ceasefire. It does seem like hostilities have subsided, which is great news. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. We know that there's this battle damages assessment that had come out now. First of all, we know that the ceasefire didn't hold because Trump dropped F-bombs in front of the press, which he doesn't really do. We know that happened. So obviously he was pissed because he went out publicly and told his base that the ceasefire was in effect, and then they ran with it. And I saw post after post after post after post of people in their red hats saying, see this? President should get the Nobel Peace Prize. I think they should call it the Trump Prize. Like a Happy Meal. Like you get a Dakota ring, some French fries, and a juice box. He's really triggered, by the way, about the Nobel Peace Prize because it looks like President Zelensky's going to get it. And that's going to drive him fucking crazy. Obi, good morning, buddy.
Greetings and salutations.
Hold on.
By the way,
hello there. There you go. Sorry.
President Trump is really upset because he was never invited to the honeycomb hideout as a kid.
The honeycomb hideout. Holy shit. I forgot all about that. Or what were the sneakers? Zips that you would make the Z in the dirt with your sneakers? Yeah. The honeycomb hideout. Yeah. Hey, listen, if you know, you know. If you don't, that means you're not Gen X. And that means that you were not raised on neglect and hose water.
Yeah, and red dye number 42.
Red dye number 42, right.
I was on the walk listening to you as I do whilst I'm out exercising.
Thank you.
One, I don't know why these men are all up in your DMs. You're mine, first of all.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Good point. Yep.
So
I love you too.
I mean, I heard you say
big teddy bear.
I heard you say thruple, and I didn't hear the names Rusty and Obi.
Oh God!
So
everybody's throwing up in their mouth now.
The three of us make up about 8 normal-sized men.
Yeah.
In height and weight only. So MAGA didn't listen to us when we told them that the overtime on tips was specifically to hurt immigrants and people here with visas, and that it's an anti-labor movement that is meant to kill overtime altogether. And it is quite clear by the markup process that is being gone through that they are specifically after anyone with an I-10 and anyone that's in a labor organization only. I
didn't even think about the labor. I didn't even think about the labor piece, but you're right.
I was like I went on my rant.
What's the massive labor union in Nevada? It's like the hospitality.
Ask Me.
It could be Ask Me, but it's like if you get the endorsement of that labor union, you're going to win the state. It has to do with because of the culinary. I think it's a culinary union, big one. Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah,
it's a big one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, there's like I think 3 large unions there, right? And only 3 because it's an anti-labor state, by the way.
And by the way, did you notice that I said Nevada? I got it right the first time. Just saying.
You should have just said Nevada, like Illinois.
Right. Exactly.
New Hampshire. So
yes.
Here's what really gets my goat about the abject failure of the mission Midnight Hammer. The White House continually tries to make people feel guilty because something militarily didn't go right. I guarantee you no one in the military is angry with themselves. No one.
No.
They did their job. But you know who's upset is the man-child with a fucking ego and thin skin.
Correct.
He has centered this all about him. And then KKK, well, how dare you say something about the mission and the people in the military? No. What we're saying is this was not well thought out. This was not well planned. This was clearly done in a hurry. And you didn't involve anyone else. Everyone seemed to have been caught off guard by this. And this goes back to a theme that Republicans have held since their existence, despite the party switch, right? They are like colonists, like in the UK, in France, in Italy, in the Netherlands, right? They go to these other countries and assume everyone is ignorant or doesn't have technology or doesn't have culture or doesn't have language or doesn't understand math and science. The othering of people is something that conservatives have been doing since the existence of the conservative movement, which is much older than the United States, much older. Goes back to monarch times, right? They thought they would take these large munitions and just be able to drop them. And that in and of itself was all that needed to be done.
It's a very good point. They'd never been tested before. They'd never been used before, right? These particular ones. I was reading about this, and I'll get back to what you're saying. I was reading about this, about how, the military technology has been developing bunker busters for a while. So then when they do that, then the concrete technology changes. And then the bunker buster technology changes, and the concrete technology changes. But these particular ones that they dropped had never been tested before, as far as I know. Never been used. They've been tested, but never been used.
Right. And so I reached out to a naval officer who had retired from the nuclear side of the Navy and recently retired from the Livermore Labs. And so this is what we spoke about at great length yesterday, was the fact that the problem with munitions is exactly as how you described it. As we design things that are supposed to have deeper penetration and more destructive properties, so too are people building technology that thwarts the ability for deeper penetration and destruction. Right. And it's this belief that, we'll do sanctions and we'll do this and we'll do that. The fact of the matter is that there's only one way to achieve a goal with Iran. And that is to go sit at a table and say, hey, you know what? I guess tearing up that agreement was pretty stupid. Let's get back to the table. But Trump is incapable of doing any kind of logical exercise. And so this was a failure of Trump. And Trump is going to have to own this. And still, let's
unpack that for just a second. So I guess the question is, I think the failure comes from the fact that they made the claim publicly that it obliterated 100%. And eliminated and ended the Iranian nuclear capability. I don't know if we know enough to say what the initial expectations were of the mission itself, right? So I think Trump's words, the way in which he used them, is the failure.
Yes,
right?
That's why initially I separated the military effort
that was successful because everybody returned home safely, right? Ultimately.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
I got
We want to bifurcate military action from verbal diarrhea from POTUS. Right?
Correct. Exactly.
The reason why he fails is that he speaks before any facts are present, right? He only emotionally reacts and speaks. The reason why he was so angry yesterday wasn't because of the fact that there was the yeeting of munition spears. It was because the leak happened. He knew about the leak, but more importantly, he knew that he got caught in another lie, right?
Yeah.
And this is the failure, right? This is what I mean by failure, is that he can't ever stop. He has no pause button, right? And then when you hear Pete Hegseth say what he said, and then KKK Caroline say what she said, it's only to back up Trump's ego. It's not to speak to the facts, right?
Of course.
But MAGA keeps buying into this. But you know what's interesting? We haven't seen MAGA go, maybe it wasn't as successful as we were led to believe. Maybe there really isn't a treaty. And by the way, it has to be trilateral because we dropped bombs. It can't just be between Israel and Iran.
That's correct. I'm not going to put you on the spot and to know the answer to this question necessarily, but as I've read about CENTCOM, especially when it comes to communication between Central Command and the Department of Defense and whatever else, by definition, that information would be classified unless it's deemed to be unclassified, like a report, for example. Is that a fair assessment that information would be considered classified, right?
Yeah, I think
top secret.
You have to assume that everything coming out of that has some type of security clearance, and that there would be a procedure to release something publicly, right?
Correct. So like the battle damage assessment, which is what Pete Hegseth talked about. So the reason I asked that question is because the assessment done by the assessment done by the same intelligence wing of the Pentagon was the one that provided the assessment of the situation with the Houthis, right? When we went after the Houthis in Yemen, okay? So that mission. So the reason I bring that up is because something that KKK Caroline said, this alleged assessment is flat out wrong and it was classified as top secret. Now, if she's attempting to say that the administration cares about classification of information, I would point people to the fact that Pete Hegseth was sharing classified information from CENTCOM on a Signal chat with like his hairdresser and his sister and a journalist from The Atlantic. So as a reminder, again, friends on the right, you can't have it both ways. You can't claim that you care about protecting men and women who serve our nation honorably. You care about their safety and their well-being. You can't claim to have the best people in place and then literally to have Pete Hegseth be part of a group of people who shared information with people who shouldn't have had it. He did it twice. Not only that, but he also tried to go around the Pentagon rules and having Signal installed on his desktop computer in his office, again, going around the rules. So how can you now claim that this information was top secret and then you get pissed off because someone once again was careless with classified information under your command? Sorry, miss me with that bullshit.
Right.
Miss
and
me
also,
with that bullshit.
once the report would have been released to the public, it would no longer have that designation.
Correct. It would be redacted, or they would summarize it, or whatever else.
Well, they would they would send out like a really brief summary with some photos, like they always do, right?
Correct.
You see it all the time, right?
Correct. So this is the question. This is the question that we have today for our friends in the right, for TJ and for Jack and for Patrick and Paul and whoever else. What do you want to believe? You were told you were going to get the battle damage assessment from the Pentagon, from the Secretary of Defense. You were going to get the battle damage assessment. You get the battle damage assessment. And because it doesn't match what the president said publicly, you're now going to discredit the battle damage assessment? This is where we are desperate to have these conversations that are logically consistent and objective. You can't have it both ways. If you say Pete Hegseth's doing a great job, only hires the best, great team. He's the best SecDef we've had. Okay, well, you've ignored his incompetence. You've ignored his lies. You've ignored his bullshit. You've ignored his past indiscretions. You've ignored all that stuff. Here we are. He tells you that they're going to release the battle damage assessment. We get it. It contradicts everything they said about obliteration, decimation, the end of, and now it's low-level losers in the Department of Defense that you hired that shared this information. Which is it? Now you're stuck. So the president, we know, is at the NATO summit, and this is thank you, mods, and this is a statement from the president. Here we go.
We not succeeded with that hit. That hit ended the war. That hit ended the war. I don't want to use an example of Hiroshima. I don't want to use an example of Nagasaki. But that was essentially the same thing. That ended that war. This ended that with the war. If we didn't take that out, they'd be fighting right now.
Wow. Wow.
First of all, let's stop with the revisionist history.
Seriously.
It wasn't the dropping of those 2 bombs. It was the murdering of civilians.
Unaliving. F1 in the chat, please.
Unaliving of civilians. It's so stupid we can't use words.
I know.
That's what did it, right? Mm-hmm. That's what made the entire world go, okay, that was a bit much. That was a bit over the line, right?
Yep.
And if you don't want to say something, don't say it. That's how you know somebody is lying, when they reference something and keep talking about it anyway. That's done with an expressed purpose. That is done to make a point. And see, he's trying to compare himself once again to brilliant leaders, right? But I would argue what we did to Japan is beyond a crime against humanity, and we should never be forgiven for what we did.
Totally agree with you.
Ever.
So, and I'm going to get into the specifics of our topic today about navigating misinformation, that it's a full-time job. And I'll close with this. Obviously, we've just discussed a few scenarios connected to this. And the reason that this particular exercise is so incredibly important to Trump is because he's always wanted to be known as a wartime president. He's always wanted to be able to look back at other people who have been in the office of the presidency during times of, conflict. Okay, he wants that moniker. He wants to be seen as someone who ended something. So that's why this is so important to him. Problem is, it hasn't landed well. That'd be an understatement. This is from Forbes. Thank you guys, mods. I had this as well. Trump rating tracker. Approval hits new low amid airstrikes. Minus 16 net approval. His rating has dipped by 1 point now to 41% is his approval rating in a Reuters Ipsos survey of 1,139 adults taken between June 21st and June 23rd from its June 11th to June 16th survey, with 57% disapproving. The poll also found a plurality. 45% of U.S. adults surveyed do not support the airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities over the weekend, while 36% of them support and 19% said that they were unsure. So this is problematic for him. This is problematic. And again, this is where we now, and when we land in this world of disinformation, no one is going to believe that. I cite Ipsos, I cite Reuters, I cite YouGov, and I cite AP, because there's a difference between a predictive poll for a candidate in an election and a public opinion poll. Significant difference. Yeah. You're asking someone's sentiment towards something as opposed to who you think is going to win an election. Entirely different. The sentiment, he is, by the way, he has the lowest approval of any president at this point in their presidency in American history. And it's not even close.
Yeah, he will end his term with the least favorite and least successful president in U.S. history, and no one will ever beat that mark.
It'd be hard to imagine anybody beating that mark.
Yeah, and can I just say one more thing on Signal, because MAGA still keeps saying this and they keep getting this wrong. The Biden administration said, and it was very clear in the memo, on any government-issued phone, you are not allowed to have or use Signal.
Correct.
What you do on your personal device, that's on you. as long as you're not, and then there was a list of things you can't discuss, right?
Thank you.
So, I find it interesting that they keep whataboutisming that.
What about Biden? Yep.
But they don't even read it. They don't even understand it. Like I was on Marty's live last night, and we were just talking about taking action and what we can do. And we talked about you a little bit. So just know that Marty's a fan and wants to do more work with you, and wants to probe your big brain.
Hey now.
And people were talking about doing things and reaching out to voters, and then the rural voters came up, and then I went into hey, I'm sorry, but since Farm Aid, only the left has been trying to help you out, and you kept voting for the GOP. And then I talked about being complicit, right? Consequences, right? And culpability. And I said the 3 C's are really important. And this is why we can't have any discussion with MAGA, because they don't understand the harm their votes continue to cause other people, because they don't believe in human rights, because they don't believe other people that don't look like them and act like them should exist. And this is why I think guys like Marty are so incredibly important. Sorry for the segue here.
No, it's okay.
But guys like Marty and his voice are so important, because when he talks about his awakening and when he realized what he had done, we need to keep elevating people like this and keep encouraging people. If you're not following Marty McFly, please do follow him, because he has stopped platforming MAGA. And I think this is incredibly important, right? You don't have a right to be platformed. If you want to be platformed, go follow the older millennial, who, by the way, is still evading law enforcement, which I think
was on the run from stealing nearly $3 million from his followers. Yeah, that's nice.
But, grifting, it's a way of life.
Exactly. And something you said, I think it kind of leans into what we're about to talk about how, we know that we all struggle when we find and we talk to MAGA and we listen to them, and we feel like they tell us every day that they don't prioritize human rights. And a lot of it comes from what we're about to talk about, right? Because they have been told that they are on the right side of these things. They have been told that members of the trans community are threats to their kids. They've been told that Joe Biden was a criminal. They've been told that there was this, P3DO ring cabal organized by Democrats, and Hillary Clinton was going into the basement and they were drinking the blood of children, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They've been told all that. So that's like next level Q shit, but they've been told these things. So they genuinely feel, in some cases, they consider themselves God's warriors, et cetera, and that's the extreme, but many of them believe that they are on the right side of history because of what we're about to get into. So I want to try to break this down into 3 separate categories. So I want to talk about misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda, because they are different things. There is crossover, yes. And then I'm going to get into some real-time examples. Then I'm going to give you some suggestions as to how we can navigate through this stuff and what to look for. Again, there are primary sources, secondary sources, and tertiary sources. And your goal should always try to be to find a primary source, right? That should be your goal. Now, just because there's a news agency that has been labeled right-wing or left-wing does not mean that the information that they're sharing in the article doesn't have truth to it. An example would be if you get some information that's editorialized from a left-leaning news agency or a right-leaning news agency, if they are still citing the same source, that primary source, then you can take the primary source component out as close to the truth as you're going to get. So we're going to get into .gov websites and the danger of .gov, because now we've been telling folks on the right, try to trust a .gov. And I don't think we should all just trust .gov. The reason I say that is because a .gov statement and or press release from a Republican oversight committee is going to be biased based on what they tell you. No different than what is coming from the left. Whitehouse.gov, not a source unless they're citing a source. A statement from whitehouse.gov is just that. It's like a PR spin, right? It's a PR spin. Department of Labor Statistics.gov. Trust that data. Crime statistics reported by the FBI through the DOJ. I'd like to think we can still trust that. Who knows? So it's a minefield. It's a minefield of information. This is why I'm going to continue to do this, because I think there is so much at stake if we don't navigate through these things properly. I mentioned this earlier. The 300,000 children that were just missing, that were undocumented. That story went viral, and it was just paper. It was just people didn't have the right address for their sponsors or their caregivers. So that information just went crazy, and people still talk about it. So that's why it's important. Let's get into it. Okay, misinformation. It's false or inaccurate information that's spread without intent to deceive. That's the key point. Often shared by people who believe it's true, common in social media posts, rumors, or misunderstood news. It can still cause harm even if it's well-intentioned. An example, someone shares a Facebook post claiming a celebrity has passed away based on an old hoax article. They believe it to be true, but it's not. That's misinformation. We're all subjected to it, right? We are told something from someone, and we take it to be true. We're responsible because we're part of the problem if we spread it, but we're also victims of it, okay? We're victims of disinformation, which is false information. It is not factually true. It is false. It is false. We can use the whole situation around Ashley Biden's diary. A perfect example. That was a disinformation attempted to distract people. And then that turned into what it turned into. Deliberately created and spread to deceive. Key traits include intentional deception for political, financial, or strategic gain. Those are just some examples. Often used by state actors, bad actors, or malicious groups. Think disinformation coming from Russia, coming from China. Disinformation around the situation in Ukraine. Disinformation as far as what we just went through, the exercise we went through this morning with battle damage assessments coming from what should be a reputable source, the source that we were told to believe. So it's disinformation from the White House telling people in their base that we obliterated it. The information, the source contradicts that. So what's happened now? That disinformation gets in the minds of MAGA, and then they spread the misinformation. Well, they obliterated it. Well, no, they didn't. Well, that's fake news. You combine that with statements like this. Hold on. Fake news CNN, together with the failing New York Times, have teamed up in an attempt to demean one of the most successful military strikes in history. The nuclear sites in Iran are completely obliterated and destroyed. Both the Times and CNN are getting slammed by the public. That's in all caps. So that's part of the machine that we're in, which is why we see our friends on the right being so easily manipulated. I get it. I don't have empathy for it, because you could push back and you could at least question something with a little bit of critical thinking. But here we are, right? Here we are. All right. It's significantly more disinformation is significantly more dangerous than misinformation because it's planned. It's a strategy. Here's an example. A fake news site publishes a forged government memo alleging voter fraud, knowing it's fake to influence an election. That happens all the time, right? And then propaganda. Information true, misleading, or false is used to promote a specific political cause or agenda. It can include both facts and lies, selectively presented though. It's designed to manipulate emotions or public opinion, and then often used by governments or interest groups. I've studied Russian propaganda for a very, very long time. It is similar to the style of propaganda used during the rise of the Reich. Russia uses it to destabilize the American democracy, and it worked. And it's still working. They play the long game. Demoralization, we've been through this process before. An example, a regime creates posters showing the leader as an heroic savior, omitting any mention of economic hardship or oppression. So when you see the right flying flags with Trump shirtless riding a pterodactyl, And when we say, well, have you read the civil fraud cases, or do you know that he's an adjudicated sexual predator? They will call it fake news. They will say, well, it's just civil. And then ultimately they will tell us that they don't care. So those are the three main categories that I'm kind of want to talk about today. So misinformation, again, unintentional. You're still spreading wrong information, but it's not intentional. Disinformation is just a lie and told to people intentionally to spread. And then the propaganda is a combination of lots of things. You know, Russian propaganda to justify the invasion of the Ukraine, for example, was that it was about NATO expansion, or it was about Yahtzees in Ukraine. And all of that is Russian propaganda. And again, in an attempt to justify what they did. Propaganda connected to a potential nuclear threat in Iran. Propaganda and disinformation. And then that gets shared in the ecosphere, and then the misinformation gets spread out by other people. It's a tactic. It is a strategy. It's worked extremely well, as we've seen. It's worked incredibly well. So I'm hoping that we can, collectively say, all right, these are some of the strategies and tactics. In fact, I even have a little quiz for you guys. Depending on time, maybe we'll take that later, or I might just post it on my as a video. All right, so again, misinformation, unintentional, false and inaccurate, mistakenly shared by ordinary people. We've all been victims. Disinformation is intentional. The information shared is false. It's designed to deceive or manipulate for gain. And then propaganda is persuasive by design. The information can be true or false depending on how it's packaged, and it's to shape public opinion or behavior. Everybody get the difference there, right? They're subtle, especially the differences between disinformation and propaganda, but they're unique. Here's some real world examples that we've gone through. C19 misinformation. A friend shares that garlic cures C19. It's not malicious. It's just wrong. Right? Disinformation. A hostile foreign account spreads false claims that vaccines contain microchips to sow distrust. That's disinformation. I agree. The garlic is life. You're right, Obi. And then propaganda would be a government only shows vaccine success stories and censors adverse event reports to maintain support. Conversely, to be true as well, you could make a claim that, well, we have an incident of a young man losing his life to myocarditis, not unpacking the entire story that the incidences of myocarditis increased because of C19, not because of the vaccine. So these are so subtle. I mean, misinformation and propaganda and disinformation comes from the advertising world. I mean, you can look at stories about advertising. I'm not talking about the malicious intent side of it, but having somebody who worked in that space for decades, I get it. These things are tactics, not the disinformation side, but propaganda and misinformation. Sure. Think about claims that are made all the time, right? It's difficult to back things up. There's some truth in advertising, and there's that whole concept of ethic, of legality and ethics and stuff like that, but just in general. All right, so someone shares a Facebook post claiming a celebrity has died. Misinformation. Though it's not true. Fake news site publishes a forged government memo alleging voter fraud. Disinformation. A regime creates posters showing the leader as a heroic savior, omitting any mention of economic hardship or oppression. Propaganda. Okay, so let's talk about Fox. I want to use Fox because they're not regulated. Obi, are you there? I just need a quick break. Hold on a second. I've got somebody in the... I'll bring up Dr. Michael real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
Have a conversation. I'm good. I see Dr. Michael. I want to talk to Dr. Michael. Good morning, Dr. Michael.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. I saw your request when I was talking about C19. Was that why you requested, or...
Well, no, actually, I was requesting about the misinformation, disinformation talk, and I actually had a today example.
Okay.
And I think it's kind of a complicated deal, but I think you'll have better words for it to explain it than I will. But specifically in the health sphere, today is the first meeting of the new Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP. That a couple weeks ago, RFK fired the people who were currently on it.
Oh,
the
right.
experts
Right.
that were there. Today, the new meeting of a handful of people who were very vocal C-19 deniers, vaccination skeptics, and then one or two people that, as far as I can see, are legitimate, people who don't have a record of doing that. Granted, not many people on the panel have what I would call like qualifications to be an expert in the field, but that's besides the point. They're having their first meeting today, and yesterday they put out their preliminary agenda. One of the things they put out in their preliminary agenda was an analysis on thimerosal and its relation to autism, and it summarily found no association between the two, which was kind of surprising considering the regime it's coming from and their clear opinion on the matter. But that was the report that they put out before the meeting that said, hey, this is one of the things we're going to talk about, and just to let you guys know, there's no association between thimerosal and autism, which is what we know. It's what the science has shown us over decades at this point. But it's one of those things that we definitely expected in the medicine sphere for RFK to come out and say, no, everybody's wrong and it's totally this. So I saw that.
That had to do. That had to do. Well, that had to. That I'm sorry. That had to do with the report that they cited studies that didn't exist, I believe. And I think Tootle just asked the question. I was under the impression maybe that meeting had been rescheduled because again they could not verify any of the sources that they claimed to have cited. So
that was on the initial MAHA report they had put out. Gotcha. The one I'm talking about was released yesterday.
Got it. Okay.
It did contain, I think, at least one source that was incorrectly cited, which is, not unexpected from this regime. Again, I don't expect the people that are there to be what I would call experts of the field, but the rest of the agenda is still in place, and as far as I was aware, just looking at the website yesterday, it seemed like the meeting was still scheduled to happen today and tomorrow. It's a 2-day meeting. Okay. That being said, and this was my point, and I'm sorry it's taking me a second to get here, but I think while I was happy to see it, it kind of raised some alarm bells in the back of my head, because you don't give
Michael, can you pause? Can you pause for a quick second? Obi, can you just do a quick, brief mod announcement? I'll be right back. I gotta run and get something. I'll be right back. Thank you.
I would like to encourage everyone, the host, do all of the things that you know how to do. We need to keep the live up on the FYP. Your engagement is not required, but necessary. Steve does have apps up there in that very crowded screen above where his head normally would be. If you feel like buying him a cup of coffee or perhaps a sandwich, or just would like to show some appreciation, any monetary contributions would be gratefully received, and you will get a special call out. I also think we should encourage Steve to publish that calendar with all of Steve's sexy photos. Those will be going on sale for a low price of $20.99. Come on, I was trying to work the capitalism angle.
I know. I had to get we had our co-op delivery today, and it's because it's hot as fucking balls in Vermont. Nothing can be sitting outside because it would just all melt. Anyway, sorry about that. Michael, I didn't mean to interrupt. Obi, thanks for stepping in. Michael, please continue. Sorry about that.
No, yeah. No, it's fine. I totally understand. What I was saying is the thing I worry is that they're giving us a gift of a nugget of information that the people who believe science would say, thank God you believe us. And then the people who weren't going to believe science either way are just going to disregard the study. And then it buys them some legitimacy to come in with their next proclamation and make some wild recommendations that are not in line with science. And I worry that it's a form of disinformation or, I don't know, propaganda. I don't know. I guess it's my thought, but does that sound
It
in
does.
your
I mean,
experience, like a yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, and it's a great example, and we'll touch on some other ones similar to that. But I think it's when you have an agenda. Don't forget, people voted for Trump because they wanted RFK, because the anti-vax culture, the Maha movement has been priming its voters to say all these things. Like I think we could all agree that we would want our food to be healthier. I think we could all agree with that. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But the language and the rhetoric regarding vaccinations is harmful to people. It is harming people. So you get everything all in one package, especially when it comes to RFK. So yeah, it's a disinformation propaganda strategy. And at the end, the people that benefit are the capitalists, are the ones who are invested in these programs, pushing certain agendas. The reason that RFK eliminated people because he has stake in a lot of these companies that he's now going to promote, whether they be pseudoscience or whatever it might be. And that is
wearables.
Exactly. So there's a strategy there. And that's it's scary. I mean, this one it's one thing to talk about battle damage assessments from a battlefield, and people can lie and go back and forth about that. But we're talking about people's lives. We're talking about health. We're talking about food. The lies being told by the right that people are taking advantage of SNAP and kids are going to starve because of the rhetoric that they're trying to push through this bill now, which is just nuts. But yeah, you're right. Yeah. Your radar is right in what you're seeing. You're right.
Yeah.
And also,
go ahead,
Dr. Michael,
ahead,
really quick. I think yesterday, and dang, if I get the senator's name wrong, I'm sorry, but I think it's Senator, aka Dr. Cassidy, was even encouraging them to postpone the meeting as of yesterday because he felt that there were some grave misunderstandings and issues, and that in a rare form of bipartisan pushing back, people were saying to the doctor here and senator here is saying, because there's too much misinformation and people need to fully understand what's going on because of the propaganda, right? And that Kennedy had promised, hey, stop it, Scout, or I'm going to send Kipper out here. That Kennedy had promised not to disband that team of experts, and then went ahead and did so anyway. So it'll be interesting to see what happens on that front.
I did see that interview between the two, or that video between the two of them, where they essentially called him out on that, and he said, "I never promised that." And it's like, so you're saying that when they did their confirmation hearing on the Senate floor, when they went out and they said they talked to you and they made an agreement that you weren't going to do this, that they lied, and he said, "I never made that agreement." And it's like, okay, whatever, man. You just can't trust anything like his word. He just makes a promise and then immediately backs out. I mean, I did see that.
Then the gaslight. Yeah. Then the gaslighting comes into play to say, I can't believe you guys wouldn't support having healthier food. No, we just don't want anybody to lie to us. But you're right. You're on the right track, Michael. Dr. Michael, you're on the right track. So keep us posted on this, because I know you've been following the story, and we'll try to do our best here. There's so much news to cover, but please keep us posted on that. I would really appreciate that. And thanks for jumping in today. You're
absolutely,
a good dude.
Yeah. And in the same vein, I think the gaslighting, as far as the where.
Sorry?
I would. But also, I was saying, the other thing that really irritates me is their promotion of like wearables, like continuous glucose monitors, things like that. It bothers me because their rhetoric is, well, everybody should be able to monitor their health. It's like, yeah, everybody should, sure, ideally, but also there's no benefit to like a normal person who doesn't have type 2 diabetes or type 1 diabetes for that matter, monitoring their glucose constantly, other than promoting just anxiety and almost orthorexia, like people who are just so worked up that they're worried about everything now. And it's it's all just to promote him and the Surgeon General, who both directly invest in those companies, and it's so
Correct.
Obvious that it's
correct.
It's just
Supplement
growth.
industry. I totally agree, and it's a good segue for our conversation. Thank you again for being here today.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. Have a good day.
Absolutely. You guys have a good day.
You too. See you later. We're going to be tracking the statements being made by the president. Apparently, he's just going off in The Hague, and we'll track that down. But getting back to our topic here, I mean, that's a really good example, right? That's a really good example. For years, Michelle Obama was talking about how we need to get toxins out of our food. We need to stop putting as much into our food. We want to make sure a healthier living. We want to make sure that we're exercising more, promoting good health, et cetera, et cetera. And the right panned her every single day for that. And now you get a bona fide nut job, brainworm, fucking psycho in charge of public health. And now you guys are all jumping in. It's because the right has done a better job infiltrating the minds of its voters through propaganda, disinformation, and misinformation. All right, so let's use some examples by Fox, because Fox has been repeatedly cited by media watchdogs, fact checkers, and legal proceedings as a source of both disinformation and propaganda. We know that, okay? Specifically and particularly when it comes to political narratives. So you'll take a story, they'll manipulate it, and their followers, because they are still the biggest the largest cable news network there is, and then you get the spin-offs like Newsmax, who is gaining traction, they're almost worse. And we've done this study through the Media Bias Fact Checker, which is an independent agency. I know the right likes to question fact checkers to say that they're not trusted, not trustworthy. It's just, this is the world we live in now, right? So we're here to try to say, these are the things that you can believe. Anything I'm about to say is just my opinion, okay? When we have these conversations, these are just my opinions and my suggestions on things, with the exception of defining what misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda is. Those are the definitions. I'm also going to cite examples of things that have happened. But by and large, my strategy to how to navigate through to become more media literate are my opinions. So I'll use that caveat. 2020 election fraud, specifically as relates to F1 in the chat, please. 2020 voting, we'll call it that for the purpose of this exercise, because TikTok does not like that. Fox News repeatedly promoted claims that the 2020 voting was stolen, including specific lies about Dominion. We know that. Disinformation. Bona fide lies. They knew they were lying. They did it anyway. Internal messages revealed that Fox hosts and executives knew the claims were very false, but they aired them anyway to retain viewers. The impact? Fox paid $787 million to Dominion in a 2023 defamation lawsuit. This was in the legal filing. Okay, we know that. That's the source. When I cited the source that said that the claims were false, that came from the filing. In fact, the lawyers for Fox and Tucker in particular said, "You can't believe this guy. He's just a charlatan." So that would be an example. And sadly, that is still being spread today. So the disinformation is Fox News telling its viewers that the election was rigged. They knew it. It's intentional. That's disinformation. The misinformation comes from the people that were exposed to it. They spread it. It takes off virally like wildfire. You guys know the story. Same thing with C-19. Some Fox News personalities, including Tucker, cast doubt on vaccine safety, implying that the government covers it up. The fact, vaccines, the C-19 vaccine in particular, underwent rigorous trials and did reduce death and hospitalization. Those are the facts. Evidence, leaked internal documents and statements showed Fox had a strict internal vaccine mandate while downplaying vaccine importance on the air. Their company had strict rules about their personalities and their staff members and their employees being vaccinated and masked. And yet they're out there telling viewers of the government cover-up. It's an example. The Great Replacement Theory. Okay, I just chose these three because these are the ones that kind of stuck out of my brain when I was putting this together. Fox promoted white nationalist replacement theory. Tucker talked about it all the time, suggesting that Democrats were deliberately replacing white Americans with immigrants. They're coming for your jobs. They're coming for your jobs. Disinformation aspect that presented as factual, often without opposing views, despite being a debunked racist conspiracy theory. They still run with it today. You still hear elements of it connected today. So those are disinformation examples from Fox. Again, around election lies, C-19, and the Great Replacement theory. And we know what that's done to the electorate, right? So there's a strategy. All this is connected to the big strategy, right? When you want to delegitimize news to the point where the only voice that you can trust is the voice of dear leader in this case. It's been proven effective. It's been very effective. There, again, we talk about this in historical context, not that history repeats itself, but it does rhyme. Lügenpresse, right? The strategy of Nazi Germany to delegitimize the press, to say that the only people that you can believe is me. Look at the fake journalists out there. Look at them. They're all fake. Jumping on board, criticizing CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, and every other news agency now that is sharing the same story about how, well, you said the nuclear program was obliterated. It's not, according to your own team. Okay, so here we are in this space once again where everything, unless I tell you it's the truth, you can't believe, which is incredibly dangerous to the future of our democracy. The reason you have a free press, the reason you have it, the reason the Founding Fathers put that as part of the First Amendment to our Constitution was because of the ability for the citizenry to see inside the government, to be able to have a voice being then shared with voters, the electorate in this case, making sure there are people there asking questions of the government. Created legitimacy. By putting it in the First Amendment of the Constitution, it immediately creates legitimacy. So when you have, and this does not exist in the left. You never saw Barack Obama. He did a statement about this. I couldn't find it, but can you imagine during the Obama presidency if Jen Psaki or whomever was his press secretary at the time said, we're going to kick Fox News and Newsmax out of the press room? The right would have lost their fucking mind. And I don't want that to happen. I don't. As horrible and trashy as those right-wing rag outlets are, I don't want them barred. That's the whole point. But all of a sudden, we're cheering it on. There's a live watch. Something's going on up here. I don't know what that is. So much happening. Go. Okay. We have reached this impasse, right, in our system where we have the ability for the right to tell everybody that there is no system that you can trust. You can't trust the news. You can't trust the courts. You can't trust scientists. You can't trust higher education. You can't trust teachers. You can't trust protesters. Everything is in opposition to what they say. Which, friends, that is a dictatorship. I mean, we have to, let's just call it what it is. That's a dictatorship. And I don't know how anybody could contradict that's what we're seeing, right? So we're in this space now where we get overwhelmed with information every single day. And that's by design. Steve Bannon said it himself, throw everything up against the wall, and we're not going to get everything we want, but we'll get enough through where we can make our Christian national agenda work. So we were talking earlier about, and I'll get back to this section in just a second, but I missed this point. I want to make it. We talked earlier about the bullshit connected to the statements made regarding the situation in Iran and Israel, right? And then we've all thought there's a bigger picture there. Now, we discussed antimony yesterday, which is a rare earth mineral discovered recently in Iran, which would account for roughly 10% of the world supply. We know China limited their exports. We know that the military-industrial complex is desperate to have access to that in particular. Well, then all of a sudden you find out that the president is just hinting at the term regime change, saying on one hand he doesn't want it, on the other hand maybe he does or it's necessary. Well, we have a blueprint for these kinds of things. It's called Project 2025. So if you go to Project 2025, What does Project 2025 say about Iran? So this is from the TrumpFiles.org. There's also a Project 2025 tracker. And this is the language from Project 2025. So this is a primary source that comes from Project 2025. It's gathered in this particular section because it discusses specifically Iran. The Project 2025 tracker estimates that at least 42% of the Heritage Foundation's far-right authoritarian blueprint is already completed. There's a tracker you can look at. You can look at the executive orders. You can look at proposed legislation. These are all things that come right from the playbook. Given the events of this past weekend, we revisited the 2025 Mandate for Leadership, Project 2025, to find out how it relates to Iran. Project 2025 repeatedly equates the threat of Iran with dangers posed by historically dangerous countries, specifically China and North Korea, without providing any evidence for the comparison. On page 180, so it cites the source, primary source, the Heritage Foundation states that, quote, the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Islamic regime is at its weakest state in history and recommends that the U.S. take the opportunity for a regime change. Mr. Trump, in a statement on Truth Social, it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? The author of Chapter 6, Kieran Skinner, also states the next Republican president, Trump, has a duty to help free Iran using our capabilities and those of our allies. Project 2025 claims that the Iran nuclear deal had actually helped Iran expand its nuclear weapons program. A flat-out fucking lie. There's no other way to describe it other than it's a lie. Until Trump ended it in his first term, and that any new deals with Iran would be a mistake. This would suggest then that the Trump administration was already planning to strike Iran when they entered negotiations on a new deal in April. The Heritage Foundation urges that the U.S. must support and encourage a revolt by Iranians against their government, as well as provide military support for Israeli attacks against Iran. That's on page 185. Finally, the Trump administration must pursue new programs to, quote, educate the American people on Iran's threat to our national security and economic stability. That's on page 556. So, okay, I don't even know if there's any commentary necessary. It's literally from the playbook. It's like literally from the playbook. I refer to Project 2025 a lot when I'm sort of compiling data for our show. Specifically, it relates to certain phrases and words and the way in which the president says them. So again, these are cited in Project 2025. They talk about regime change in Iran. So if you don't think that there's a bigger picture involved here, the entire premise to go after regime change and now rare earth minerals is the justification of us doing it because of a threat, because of a nuclear threat. And there is none. Leave it to the Heritage Foundation to admit that Iran's current government is the weakest it's ever been while claiming it's as great a threat to the U.S. as China. Interesting spin, right? It's as weak as it's ever been, but they're as big a threat to us as China. Which is it? The U.S. intelligence community found no evidence that Iran is developing nuclear weapons. Not only the U.S. intelligence agency, but global intelligence services. Years after Israel and the U.S. have succeeded in overthrowing Iran, we'll still be discussing whether we had any reason to attack this country. This is thinking ahead. This is looking to become Trump's own war on terror, but the only terror is our own government terrorizing the Middle East for more military bases, more oil, more minerals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Don't forget, everyone needs a superliner.
Exactly. Okay, I've got a couple of requests here. I'll bring up BRen95. Everybody, please keep tapping. We're only at 141,000 likes, guys. Let's be up to 300,000.
Yeah, we should be at 350,000 in the next 30 minutes. Tap Steve like you want to see Steve in leopard underwear and a pair of chaps on a motorcycle.
Hey now.
BRen, how are you this morning? BRen95, are you there? Bren95, are you there? I guess not. Okay. All right. Let's see. Janice. Good morning, Janice. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I'm just wondering, I might be a little bit ignorant on this. Who or what is the Heritage Foundation?
The Heritage Foundation are the authors of Project 2025. They claim to be a nonpartisan political action group who just supports policy changes in the U.S., but they've been linked to Republican administrations because of the policies that they have. So Project 2025 is basically rewriting the entire government system of government, giving more power to the president, eliminating civil servants, and some of the policy changes that they have issued that are very authoritarian-like have made it into Trump's agenda.
Are any of the people involved in them known?
Yeah, there's some in the Trump administration. Yeah, it's a conservative think tank. It's an understatement, Tootle, but I get your point. Yeah, Russ Vought, for example, who's one of the leaders, one of the leading principals in the Heritage Foundation, is the director of Office of Management and Budget in the White House.
It doesn't sound very bipartisan.
It's not. That's the point. That's their claim. That's their claim that it is, but it's not. J.D. Vance, the vice president, has been connected to it. A lot of funding from people like Peter Thiel, who is the PayPal founder, places like that.
I see.
Yeah. Are you a voter?
Yes.
Excellent. Who did you vote for in the last election?
Harris.
Excellent. So the reason we talk about these kinds of things is to try to help people stay informed, because part of the misinformation and disinformation strategy from the Trump campaign was to try to separate themselves and distance themselves from Project 2025. But we're not going to let them. You can read about it. You can just search for Project 2025 tracker, and you can look at all the policies that are being attempted to be passed and the executive orders that the Trump White House is using, and how it directly links to Project 2025. It's pretty scary. It's pretty scary shit.
I've heard a lot about Project 2025, but I always hear the Heritage Foundation.
Yep. It's their baby.
It's pretty much synonymous.
Yeah, they do more, but it's called the Mandate for Leadership. That's how they've tried to change the name, but it's Project 2025. They sold it as, we want to give this agenda to whoever the next president is, but it's really geared more towards, right-wing authoritarian stuff. A lot of immigration policy that the current administration is attempting to use comes from Project 2025. Firing what they see as bureaucrats, civil servants. The entire idea behind it is rooted in this theory of the unitary executive, which gives the president in our system more power than they have, which is, contradictory to our Constitution.
Yes.
Pretty scary. Pretty scary shit.
It is pretty scary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else? You're welcome. Have a good day. You got it. See you later.
Bye.
Okay. Real quickly, I want to just pivot to cover this story that I was introduced to yesterday. I want to introduce you to a woman. Her name is Iris Diana Monteroso Limas. She was in ICE custody as a pregnant woman and lost her baby. Iris Diana Monteroso Limas, a pregnant woman in ICE custody, lost her baby after begging for medical help for 3 days. Detained at the Ridgewood Correctional Center, she reported unsanitary food, mistreatment from guards, and being denied an ultrasound despite signs of complications. Only after persistent contractions was she taken to a hospital, where she tragically lost a pregnancy. This case was reported on by the Nashville Banner, and it highlights serious human rights concerns within U.S. immigration detention facilities. Say her name, Iris Diana Monteroso Limas. It's a horrible story. It is a horrible story. Unsanitary conditions, denied an ultrasound, guards mocked and mistreated her, conditions were unsanitary, begged for 3 days for medical help. Apparently there were, insects in some of the food that they were given. So this is an example of when we push back on the pro-life people. That's an example. So she lost her pregnancy unnecessarily. It's a horrible story. Okay. All right, let's get back to some more well, we can use that, right? We can use that story that I just shared with you as an example of how disinformation and propaganda about they're coming for your jobs, we're only going after criminals, justifying what they're doing in situations like this and how it's impacted people directly. It's a horrible situation that we find ourselves in when there's constant, never mind civil rights violations, but just human rights violations. And the people who now we know that are in ICE are masked up, right? We talked about Mamdani earlier, and I'll touch on it again. Yeah, I mean, it's just there's no. I don't know how anybody could support any of that. You could be the most hardcore MAGA, and you're going to be comfortable with a woman who was pregnant, who was showing complications, who was desperately asking for help. She didn't get any until it was too late, being mocked while she's in custody, giving unsanitary conditions.
If you're a racist and a bigot, of course you can.
It's a good point.
Right?
It's a good point.
Right? Because this is not again, we got to bifurcate here. Mm-hmm. Right? We're not talking about this for a visceral or an emotional reaction from the audience.
Nope.
This is being brought up to illustrate that we don't know who these supposed ICE officers are because they're covering their faces. If you have full immunity as an officer, why are you covering your face? Right? That's how we know that those people who are covering their faces are not at all properly badged or sworn in federal law enforcement officers or even local enforcement officers, right? We know that most likely...
in this case, they were corrections officers, right?
Right.
So.
Right. And let's talk about that for a second, right? Why are these people in a correctional facility? What are the charges? Where's their due process that the courts keep telling them that they have to have? Where are all these things? These things don't exist because they were kidnapped. They weren't detained. If there's no due process, you were kidnapped. And we need to keep talking about it in the right terms. These people were illegally removed from businesses, homes, the street, kidnapped, and sent to some type of detention center that Congress has now been denied their oversight rights to examine. Right? This is beyond cruelty. This is about racism and bigotry. You want to know what the Heritage Foundation is all about? You should also look up the American Enterprise Institute, AEI. They are all linked. They all go back to the 70s, but their roots, their poisonous and dangerous roots, go back to 1956 when we integrated the military, in quotes, and started working on civil rights. These are people that want the United States to be for white Christians only.
Correct.
This is not about law enforcement action. This is not about stopping criminality. This is about creating a white ethno-state for the entire United States. And if you don't believe it or don't understand it, you're being willfully ignorant, because we've been saying the same thing over and over again. You are not pro-life if you are MAGA and a Christian. You are pro-forced birth. You are pro-kidnapping. You are not for democracy. And it's super important that we call these people out for what they are. It's not just their words, it's their actions that allow us to draw these conclusions, because they will never do or say anything to the contrary. That's the problem.
Well said. Hi, Misty. Thanks for being here. What's on your mind this morning, friend?
Hi, Steve. There's a couple of things that I don't think these ICE agents know about.
One is Trump's going to be immune from all of this, but they're not. He is not going to be
Good point.
president forever. He is not going to be president forever. And the other part of that is their names are not going to be withheld forever because they are public servants. As public servants, their names are going to be released eventually, and we're going to know because we, as taxpayers, pay their salary. So they are going to be known who they are, whether they keep wearing that mask or not. Eventually, it's going to come out. And if the president pardons them before he leaves office or whatever, they are still going to have that on their record. That is not going to go away. It is going to stay there. They're just going to get out of jail. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things on what you just said that we should cover off on. Don't forget, they're lobbying hard for expanded immunity for law enforcement. So I don't know where that applies. The issue that I have with it is the masking, because we've seen reporting, and again, I can't confirm. This is just my opinion for what I've read. We've seen reporting of people cosplaying as ICE agents, and then using their position to manipulate people, to rob people. So the entire thing is just chaos. So if you want to stand on you want to make a stance, politically speaking, that you are using policy and you're using transparency to deport the criminals, then take your masks off. And so that we can see you. I don't know if you guys have ever seen what's the movie with Brad Pitt, the Tarantino film. He's in Germany. He plays Aldo Rain. What's the Inglourious Bastards? And how he's like, at some point you're going to have to take that uniform off. So I'm going to carve the symbol in your forehead so people will never forget who you are. So to your point, a lot of people are going to get away with this shit. A lot of people are.
That's really sad, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Because you're right. Obi, you are right. This is 100% kidnapping. And when they don't show who they are or tell who they are, you're really not knowing if they are ICE agents or not, to your point, Steve.
No way to know.
Yeah, and children are disappearing too. So
correct.
These are things that we need to understand. But on one point that you said about, and Obi said it too, they don't care about the woman who lost her child. They see her as less than an animal. And that is disgusting because these are human beings. But they've had the person that's in charge tell them over and over again that that's what they are. And they
exactly. Vermin.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. You're exactly right. Yeah. Again, it is a strategy and a tactic. And I'm never obviously not going to be, I'm just going to be objective. It worked. It's a strategy and tactic that obviously worked. So there is that. And then our job now is to make sure that we were pushing back against it wherever we can, calling it out for what it is. When the Speaker of the House comes out and says, "Oh, it's totally fine for ICE agents to mask themselves so they don't get doxxed." What? What? You Christian nationalist fuck? What? But American citizens wanting to go to a protest and wear a mask, they can't do that. They can't do that though. They can't do that. They can't do the same thing because they're concerned about being targeted, profiled. It's nuts. I appreciate you jumping in today, Misty. It's always good to talk to you. Talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
You got it. All right, bye. Okay. So let's kind of get into, let's go just a little bit deeper. I want to just give a couple of other examples about why it's really important to separate between misinformation, disinformation, propaganda, and what's the truth and how do we get to it. Ultimately, it comes down to sources. So let's talk about the three primary sources that people use. They're primary, secondary, and tertiary. And most of you know what they are because you guys are the smartest chat on TikTok. But let me just kind of give you a little bit of a breakdown. Primary source would be like the original document itself. So firsthand accounts, direct evidence created at the time of the event, direct persons involved, a witness, an eyewitness as a primary source. A witness that told somebody something, who told somebody something those people would be not primary sources. That would be hearsay and or a secondary source. So these are some examples, right? First of all, created by a witness or a participant. It's unfiltered by interpretation or commentary. It's not editorialized. It is the source. It is the sap from the tree, okay? Example, a diary, a letter, a speech, photograph, video recording, a government document. Now, I'll talk about that in a little bit. A court record, original scientific research or data sets, interviews, surveys, autobiographies, sound bites, video evidence, artwork, literature, artifacts, things like that would be considered a primary source. And there could be others, but I thought those are the things that really cover most of it. It's ideal for an original analysis. Like if you're going to compare something, like before, when we talked about the elements of Project 2025, I didn't cite editorialized. I went to the pages that these things are referenced in. So in the argument, the case that I was making, you can go to Project 2025 itself, go to those pages, and then you can read what I just read to you. So it's not editorialized or opinion. Opinion is not a primary source. Okay? Now, again, the New York Times, I would consider a reputable journalist organization, but not on the opinion page, not an op-ed. Are they going to cite something? If Fox News does a news story, are they going to cite something that is reputable, or is it just going to be them telling you something? That's where we get into trouble, okay? Because Donald Trump is primed the pump, saying every other source of journalism out there, every single one of them, you can't trust. Even though the information coming from them comes from a reputable source. Again, back to the conversation we had earlier about the battle damage assessment. The primary source is CENTCOM. The primary source is the intelligence arm of the Department of Defense. And now we're told we can't trust them because it was reported by CNN, the Washington Post, the New York Times, the BBC, Al Jazeera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A secondary source, interpretation, a critique, or an analysis of the primary source. It's created by someone who's not directly involved, provides context, commentary, or evaluation. These are some examples. A textbook, the Bible, biographies, academic journal articles that review something, not peer-reviewed, but an individual's interpretation of what they read. A documentary, a book or a film, or a news analysis piece. Someone's perception of something, someone's opinion on something, someone's review on something, because those are more opinions. So you can look at a secondary source more like an opinion, okay? Somebody using something that was initially authored, like we talked about earlier, like the diaries, the letters, the photographs, the government docs, the court records, the original scientific evaluation. And then a secondary source would be somebody interpreting what they saw and then sharing that as fact, okay? All right. And then a tertiary source would be summaries or collections of primary and secondary sources used for quick reference, compiled from other sources, typically non-analytical, and then meant for overview or for fact-checking. An example would be an encyclopedia, a dictionary, a fact book, an almanac, a bibliography, or an index. It's the compiling of the information. They're not citing it as anything. They're just saying, this is where you can find all that information. Does that make sense? Primary is what you're looking for, okay? Secondary will likely cite a primary source or use it as reference, but I shouldn't say that. They may not always cite it. They will refer to it. And without the actual citation, right, then it's open to interpretation. So a little cue would be like if you're looking through, if you're on a website or if you're on like your favorite news website, look at the top. If it says op-ed, you know it's opinion. Or if it says opinion, right? Then if you read further and then you start to see, okay, they're citing the Journal of Medicine or they're citing whatever it might be, then that would be considered the primary source would be the citation. The secondary source would be somebody saying, here's the information, go here for news and official information. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. With the broadcasters in your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this test in the event of actual emergency. If this had been a national emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes the test. Sorry, I used to have to read that live. So it's burned in my brain. Like I always tell you guys, I have a head full of useless information. Like a head full. Yeah, they're reported the CBS is fake news. That's a perfect example. Sorry, Obi left. Come on back. All Things, how are you today?
Morning.
All Things Film.
Hello.
Good. I'm fine. How are you?
I am good. I'm glad that you went into that aspect of journalism because that's why I wanted to come up. So, because you mentioned it earlier and telling people that they really need to consider the source from which they get their information. So I have a journalism degree. I went to school for mass communications, have a journalism degree. I worked at an NBC affiliate in production, and then I transitioned to a PBS affiliate, and I was a producer for a weekly show. It was I love that aspect of my career. Now I'm in film, which is my page, All Things Film. But one of the things that I think people are not understanding of today is that there's a difference between a journalist and a commentator.
Absolutely.
Journalists, like we go to school and we learn how to investigate and find the stories. We know how to ask the questions. We go and dig for the information. We cross-reference the cross-references. We don't just take one person's opinion because they say it with authority as if it's fact. And a lot of people are just caught up in the way that people say things. And because someone says it with the chutzpah that they think, makes them this authority figure, that all of a sudden it's true. And so we have this attack on journalism right now where people don't want to learn the truth. They want to have information that tickles their ear, that satisfies their own personal bias. And so as a journalist, because I hosted a radio show as well, I worked in radio. And one of the things that we are supposed to do is when we actually decide we're going to do a story, we may think we know what the story is. But upon further investigation, we realize it could be something completely different because we've actually done the research. And so this is the example that I like to give. When I worked for PBS and we did a weekly show, our goal was, like, if I had 4 guests, I had to have 4 people with 4 different perspectives on that panel. I couldn't stack the deck because I'm a Black woman, because I'm an American, and at that point I was late 20s, early 30s. I couldn't stack the deck. If we're talking about organic food or whatever, I need to have 4 different people talking about that from 4 different perspectives so we can have a well-rounded conversation. And I learned, people make assumptions, like there was this thing going on in the area that I'm from, because I'm from Virginia, and they would say, well, kids from this neighborhood are failing because they have a parent that's in jail or a parent that's on drugs and their parents are on Section 8 and welfare. Well, upon further investigation, because that's what they originally reported, kids from this school are having problems learning because of these factors. But upon further investigation, they found out that the school had asbestos, which and they had lead in the paint in their homes. And kids put stuff in their mouth, and so lead impacted how these children's brains developed. And what people don't get is that when we as journalists dig for a story, now we're not going to say we're going to get it right the first time when we first report it. That's why we continue to report and dig for information. But we have the idea, we go and we look for the factors that will prove whatever the thing is, not my opinion, but whatever the story is. And then we tell the story. And then when we get more information, we provide more info. But what we have today is we have people who read stories from producers, because I did work at an NBC affiliate, so I know how the newsroom works. You have a producer who gets information from a source, depending on who owns the station. Because remember, these stations are not independent. Like Disney owns ESPN and ABC. So you have these major companies who own these affiliates, and they are required to get their information for specific sources. So for NBC at that point, we were mainly getting our information from the AP. But then I noticed that everyone would write the same types of stories. At 5 a.m., okay, you got a story. Then at 12 noon, they might add another fact, and it's the same story. At 5 p.m., okay, this is the same story, maybe a little different piece of information. By 11 o'clock, you've fully fleshed out the information. But I also noticed that if there was a producer, because there was a few producers I worked with who went against the grain, and they wanted to talk about things that weren't necessarily commonplace, they would get called into the office. Hey, this is not what we stand for. This is not what we want to talk about, because it didn't fit the narrative.
Editorializing.
Yes. And so I know I'm going long, but I just wanted to just come up and just speak on that aspect, that we really need to understand who the journalists are, like really consider the source, listen to what they're talking about, and then follow multiple people. I don't just listen to MSNBC because I voted for VP Harris. I also listen to Fox, and I also watch CNN. I want a well-rounded perspective. You read the newspapers, and then you can speak eloquently, because what happens is we get one piece of information and then we want to run with it as if we're experts. It's like we got these headline honchos nowadays who read the headline. They think they know what the story is about, not even understand that the story may not even be related to the headline. So I just appreciate what you do. I love the fact that you dig for the information. You are not for, the misinformation and for people just saying things, blowing smoke, and think we're supposed to just take it because so and so said it. Well, what is their slant? What is it that they want?
Exactly.
And what do they want you to believe? Like, what are they trying to get you to do or not do that's going to benefit them? And the more we challenge the systems, I think the more we will have an enlightened society. But right now, it's unfortunate people value being in the dark and being asleep.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, you and I have a lot of similarities in our background.
Yes.
I had an emphasis on journalism when I got an English degree, and I worked in radio and TV, news, and also music. So I get it. I'm probably a little bit older than you. I'm gonna take that guess.
Maybe,
so I remember
maybe 1 or 2
literally.
years.
maybe if you Gen X for the win.
Yes.
I remember pulling the ticker from the AP feed. Like that was your source of news, right? And then you would report that, and then you would listen for something to come in that was considered breaking when you would hear literally the printer kind of scroll up. So I get it. I mean, this has been part of most of my life. I started working, I had a radio job while I was in college. So I've been exposed to this for a very, very long time. So I appreciate what you said. And my concern is the integrity of journalism is taking a hit because of what we've seen. When you've got spaces that are uncontrolled and unfettered, places like X, everybody then can claim to be a journalist, right? When
Yes.
the people that are out there, they're actually doing the work. I mean, there's good doctors, there's good lawyers, there's good mechanics, there's good dentists, there's good journalists, there's bad journalists. We know that. That's par for the course. But I believe in the integrity of the industry. So thank you for what you do. Thank you for now. It's funny because my daughter is about to graduate high school next year and she wants to go into film. So maybe I should tell her now to not bother.
No, she can go to film school because we need more women in the industry. That's a whole nother conversation, but I'm glad that she wants to pursue something like that because the arts are also under attack. And I don't know why people
Agreed.
think that the arts are not necessary.
Agreed.
We have to have it in society to make us a well-rounded, wealthy, group of people, who live in a particular area. Yeah. But, my last thing I want to say is I was watching Joy Ann Reid this morning. I was watching some clips she had posted and she was on a panel. I'm not really sure when, but she was talking about, these men were talking about, now I'm going to speak in code because I know we got to watch what we say on this thing. So they were talking about how the people I ran down the street, were conducting themselves. And so she asked them why. Why are they doing what they do? And one of the guys both of the guys look like you. And one of them said, it's because they don't like Western democracy and freedom. And
Right.
she said, that is not true. And then she took us down the history lane of how they had democratically elected a leader. The United States got rid of that person because he wanted to challenge BP's taking their oil. Well, BP was using their oil, but they felt like they were, deceiving the people and not paying them what they should. And they wanted to make it a national benefit for people. And because they wanted to audit the United States audit BP, the U.S. was mad. They got rid of that person, put in their own person who ruled for 28 years. And she said that these people are reacting to what has been done to them. And I think when we look at just the way that these stories are being told, whether it is about people who are overseas or Black people and the indigenous people in America, and then people want to judge us for how we react to the abuse that we have been under, the oppression that we have felt. Instead of them looking at the reaction, look at why are these people doing and saying the things that they do and say. And then that's where you'll actually get a well-rounded understanding of why we're acting the way that we are. It's because of what you had done to us first. And I think if we do that, people will start having more empathy for people and they will start understanding, wait a minute, if that was me, I wouldn't be cool with that. If somebody treated my kid like that in school, I wouldn't be okay with that. If somebody came into my neighborhood and put up a factory and now our water is poisoned, I wouldn't be okay with that. But what we do is we tend to judge people for their reactions And we look at them and say, well, your action is X, Y, and Z. And we completely separate it from the thing, the source that caused the reaction. And I think the gap in between is the humanity that we have. And I think we're lacking humanity, and we're lacking empathy for people because, that's not my problem. That doesn't impact me until it does. And now all of us are, now we're concerned about all women. But wait a minute. When indigenous women were being experimented on, when black women were being experimented on, well, that's just society. But now all women are being treated as such. All women are being under attack. Now it's an issue. So I just wanted to land with that.
I thank you so much for sharing your brain with us this morning. I appreciate you. I think we're mutuals. Yes. Are you in our Discord?
I'm not, and you had mentioned that the last time. I need to get in there because I know your team was going to help me figure it out. Because I haven't figured it out. Yes, I want to be there.
Because I have an idea that I want to share with you, but we'll talk about that offline. Thank you so much for being here this morning. I really appreciate you very, very much. Thanks for sharing that. And thank you for, again, reminding folks that there is credibility in journalism. You just got to know where to look. I appreciate you, friend.
Thank you so much
for being here. And my mods will reach out to you, and we'll make sure that we can do it in our Discord.
Please do.
Thank you again for being here.
And I'll offer this as well. If your daughter has questions about filmmaking, I don't mind talking to her. I talk to people's kids and grandkids and folks all the time.
Okay.
So feel free to reach out to me. And I know she's a minor, so I like to have the adults around. I will definitely chat with the both of you. And whatever guidance I can give her, I would love to plant that seed in her.
Well, she turns 18 in September. But yes, I appreciate you saying that. So thank you very, very much. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate your friend. Thanks a lot for being here.
All right,
I'll talk to you soon, okay? All right, bye. Again, see, we're talking about I'm so glad that she said what she said, because there's really this, we need the press. We need a free press. We have to have a free press. We have to defend it. And I know we talk about in terms of other rights we have to protect. And I understand defending the rights of free speech, and I get that. And I understand the defending the rights to peaceful protest, and I get all that. And habeas corpus, and I get all that. We don't talk about defending the free press enough. And that's why I wanted to do this topic today, because of what's happening, how people just use anything they say as a source of news, and how the right-wing echo chamber, authoritarianism, by design, likes to use the news as a target, as a scapegoat. If you don't believe what I tell you, or everything that they tell you is a lie because it contradicts what I said. Well, freedom of speech is freedom of the press. I know, but they're two separate rights under the Constitution. I know what you're saying, Navy vet. I get that. Although I don't entirely agree with your statement, because freedom of speech is separate than freedom of the press. Freedom of the press should have the ability to use their speech, but it's different. Freedom of the press also means you're gaining access to be able to cover your politicians, and how journalism and those sources, those people that provide us information should be protected. They should be protected. And that includes news agencies that we wouldn't necessarily align with. They all have to be protected. I do believe we need to address misinformation, disinformation, which is what we're doing today. Fairness doctrine, we had that conversation before. Does that make sense? It does, because you guys are the smartest chat on TikTok. Somebody shared this with me. Let's play this real quick before we get back to our topic. This is Trump on Pete Hegseth. Oh God, this is crazy. Okay, here we go. This is what the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, convicted felon has to say now. He is at The Hague with the NATO conference.
Go Rubio with me, and Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State and Secretary of War. Should we say Secretary? It used to be called Secretary of War. Maybe for a couple of weeks we'll call it that, because we feel like warriors.
What? That's the first time I've heard this. Okay.
Used to be called Secretary of War. In fact, if you look at the old building next to the White House, you can see where it used to be Secretary of War. Then we became politically correct, and they called it Secretary of Defense. I don't know, maybe we'll have to start thinking about changing it, but we feel that way. Do we have any questions? Go Rubio with me, and Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State and Secretary of War. Should we say Secretary? It used to be called Secretary of War. Maybe for a couple of weeks we'll call it that, because we feel like warriors. Used to be called Secretary of War. In fact, if you look at the old building next to the White House, you can see where it used to be Secretary of War. Then we became politically correct, and they called it Secretary of Defense. I don't know, maybe we'll have to start thinking about changing it.
Wow. Hey, Toodle.
Oh,
How
hey.
you doing?
Sorry, I was looking that up. Yeah, I thought so. Pete had actually suggested that title back in March.
Wow.
Yeah. So, hey, Jackhammer, what's up?
See, listen, again, just because I'm a sharer, I knew that was going to come back to bite me at some point. So there you go. Hey, like I said, hey, if the shoe fits.
Hey, now.
Hey, wear it with pride, man. That's a great name.
Yeah, I had some fun with it.
Mine's pretty lame. It's Ozzy Periton.
Your corn name? Your corn/radio name.
Like
so those of you who are just joining us, we had a little fun earlier. So there's this, like, they used to say your radio name, because I worked in radio and TV, and anyway, it's at one point I had a radio name that was Jackhammer. If you missed that story, anyway, your corn name is the name of your pet and the street that you grew up on. So mine was Boo Mason, which I thought was pretty good. If you're gonna have a corn name, that's not a bad one. So Dixie Labradum, that's a good one. I like that one. Anyway, so what's on your mind, brother?
Well, I was actually trying to come up a little earlier when you were going over the misinformation, disinformation section, because as you'll notice, I'm on a different account today. I noticed. I got yeeted yesterday by the algo for spreading misinformation. Apparently, the exact thing that you were talking about with the project with the numbers and the TrumpFile.org letter that was listed all of the citations of where what regime change was about. That's exactly what I was talking about when TikTok said, "Boom, you're gone."
Hang on, I got to give the shout out to Opossum. Opossum's corn name is Chewy Chestnut.
Oh my God!
For the win. Did you get any? Did you lose it permanently, or are you just on appeal?
I'm back on July 1st. I lost the appeal within seconds. It was instant. So I don't think there was a human in the loop.
Wow.
I mean, we were also discussing things that had the letter before R and after P was mentioned, I think.
Yeah.
They don't like that one.
Nope.
And then we were also talking about the old Seaspiracy theories about that we were discussing too. So it was either one of those three. Who knows? But the TikTok algo takes no prisoners.
It does not. It takes no prisoners. You're right. I mean, and I'm so glad that Film Girl can come up earlier, and we talked about how. And again, I want to make sure that we're focusing on the integrity of journalism. Now, we can disagree. That's the whole point. Like my desperation to find legitimate political discourse would require an understanding that we need to have the news. Did somebody just say spot liquor? Holy moly! Woo! MBM so screw attack. So that would be spot liquor. Wow. They keep getting better. I haven't even asked Obies yet. But again, the whole point here in this particular space, right? This is a cesspool of misinformation and disinformation. Sometimes we joke about this in the mod chat. Sometimes I feel like I'm alone on the island because I don't give a fuck. I'm not in this to be right. I'm not here to be right. That's not the point. I've been proven wrong many times, which is fine. I have no issues with that. I just want to make sure that we're getting the right information. Like, I want people to be willing to invest the time to navigate through. And that's the hard part. That's why I say it's a full-time job, because there is so much out there every single day. Just think about the exercise that we went through yesterday, when we're talking about the ceasefire, right? We were just, all kinds of stuff was flying at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And there was like 6 of us. And we're all finding little dribs and drabs here. Somewhere in there is always the truth. You just got to dig. So
that's so true.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad you actually got to that article from TrumpFiles.org, because I did post that in the Discord chat. I don't know if your mods.
I saw it.
Tuned you into
I've got that as a bookmark, but then I saw yours. I'm like, oh yeah, I should go check on that. So thanks for the reminder.
I saw that on X Twitter yesterday, and I'm like, oh, this is really important. I gotta let everybody know. So I didn't get a chance to actually. I was gonna read it off exactly what you did with the page numbers, et cetera, Yeah. But
cite the source, right?
TikTok said, nope, you're not getting there. And you're right. Facts still matter means you got to be objective to, being right. You're not about being right. You're about being objective and getting the truth.
Correct. That's the whole goal here. That's it. I mean, I also I always preface this, and Manny said it yesterday, this would be my opinion on something, but I'm not going to make a claim about something unless I can verify it. That's what makes, I'm feeling grateful that I have such an amazing team that helps me do this every day, because we all feel the same way. We're not going to jump in just to break the news. I've said it a million times. I'd rather be last and right than first and wrong. There's a difference, right?
Totally. Yep. I'm going to head out, but I think I'm going to go with my new a different name for my my corn name. I'm going to go with a later place I lived. It was Fluffy Mountain Oak.
That works too. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you being here.
Have a good one, y'all.
Talk to you later. Good to see you. Obi, I don't think I got yours. What's your corn name?
Mine would be completely unexciting.
Well, that's for the chat to determine.
No, seriously, this may be the worst, and I'm not being dramatic. So Zeke was the dog, and Tierra Drive was the street. So
yeah, that's
Zeke,
lame.
Tierra. I told you.
Yeah.
It couldn't be worse.
It's true.
There's nothing exciting or provocative about that, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Anyway,
that's true. Yes, sir. Well, that statement from that I just played, that's crazy, right? The Secretary of War.
Well,
you heard that, right?
First of all, Jesus fucking Christ on a cracker with cheese.
Jasmine Skylark. That's not bad. Jasmine Skylark. That's not too bad.
I mean, that sounds like a stage name in and of itself.
Yeah, that sounds
like wait, is that my drag name?
I was going to say, that sounds like a burlesque dancer's name, but one and the same. Your corn name, your radio name, your stage name, whatever it might be. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. You know what? I will create a drag character who will be Zeke Tiara, and I will have different tiaras to wear whilst reading books. So when Trump says stuff like this is why I get so fucking angry.
I just need some water. Go ahead.
Yeah, get some water. There was a reason why in 1947 we changed that. Groove or Grove, I missed. Damn it. Some of these are really good. Oh, I like some of these names. The reason why Pete Hegseth wants to go back to the War Department is that then he would really not have as much power as he has today. He would lose much of his power because post 1947, where it was I forgot what it is. There's an act in 1947 that changed it to Department of Defense, right? It was at the same time where the Air Force was created. The Navy went to the Department of the Navy, which includes the Marine Corps. Yes, the men's department. Ha, ha, ha. We get all those jokes.
Because it did used to be called, it was called the War Department, I believe, at one point,
right?
Correct. Wasn't it called that? Yeah.
But it was all separate departments, right? So the War Secretary had less power than the Secretary of Defense has today. Much less. Because what would have been the Army War Department, the Navy War Department, those had separate leadership silos. So it was more of a secretary post and more of a head, but not necessarily leadership. Also, we forget that in 47 we started introducing the intelligence aspect to the Defense Department, right? So this is where we bring all of that in. So if Pete Hegseth wants to go back to being known as the War Secretary, I want Congress to get rid of the act from 1947 and restrict his powers to the limited powers that the war secretary had. I'm completely fine with that. As a matter of fact,
that's fair.
Go for it. But can I just say, the quote was, "We are all feeling like warriors."
Yeah.
Does he believe that the word war and the word warriors are synonymous?
Probably not.
Oh, thank you. The National Security Act of 47. I can't.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Navy
What
vet.
a boring. That's worse than my porn name.
So first of all, I don't think he understands what the word synonymous means.
I'm sorry.
I don't think he understands. I don't think he understands what the word cinnamon means. So let's be real. I noticed that you requested, so I'm assuming there might be a really interesting corn name in your past. Let me rephrase that question. I don't even want to know the answer to that. More specifically, what would be your corn name based on your childhood pet and the road you grew up on?
Okay, so Anthony's was, in his opinion, lame. I thought mine was more lame until I thought 80s gay corn actor, Henry College.
Oh. Hey now.
Hey now.
Yeah, that could apply. That could apply.
Most recently, Moose Imperial.
Hey now.
Still kind of gay, still a little gay, but hey,
so
whatever.
Currently,
whatever
mine would be Kipper, Maine.
Hey now. Hey now.
You are a good
I think we'd all be starring in Three Boys in a Boat, but
hey, I don't judge.
I mean,
other people do.
We are a throuple, Rusty.
We are.
So.
Yeah, we are. No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. We would have to extend that to a quintuple because I'm already spoken for with Paul and TJ. Paul, aka Frank, or whatever the fuck his name is now. I'm not even sure anymore. Peter. He's got so many pseudonyms. All right, I want to get into some more stuff here. I want to try to, because I've got a quiz I want to give you guys today before we end. Anything else on your mind, Rusty?
no, that it was purely corn.
I appreciate you. Shocker. All right, buddy. I love you. Talk to you later.
Bye.
See ya. Bye. Okay. So we went through the primary, secondary, tertiary. Hopefully that made sense, everybody. There's a couple of things that I want to kind of discuss specifically, and I know that people watching this might think that this is one-sided, but I'm just trying to say this is the community that's been impacted by this the most, and it is MAGA. Right? Before we get into that, let me just take one more example of the dangers of not citing a primary source. My hope for you is to identify, first of all, I gave you some examples of what primary sources are and why it's important. And this goes for us on the left too, because we see something that might be, I'll give you a perfect example that happened last week, and I was critical of Aaron Parnas for this. And I like Aaron, but I don't think he does his diligence when reporting on a story. He's got a big following. So there was a video of Donald Trump on the golf course, okay? And he was warming up, taking his practice swings, and then went down to actually address the ball and hit the ball, and then the video claimed that he missed. And then he looked down the fairway as if he hit the shot. And Aaron Parnas shared that video saying, look how he can't even play golf. And a lot of people jumped on that. And a lot of people on the left jumped on that. I'm like, that does not look right to me, because you could hear in the video the sound of what sounded like the club hitting the ball. And sure enough, I did some research in that, and it was fake. So the left can be guilty of this as well. And nothing against Aaron, because he's out there doing the work, but he rushes a lot. Like I said earlier, in an attempt to be the person that breaks the news. Don't be the person who wants to break the news. Be the person who's willing to say, I want to find out what's real here and what's not. So we see that a lot. So make sure if you're looking at something like that, does not look right. Or you could say, I saw this. I cannot confirm the veracity of this information. I saw this or I read this. Can someone help me confirm whether or not this is true? That would be integrity. That's how you lean into a situation when you're unsure of the information that you're reading. Okay, so dangers of not citing a primary source. Misinformation and false narratives. That's the first. WMD claims in 2003 and now. Media and politicians relied on secondary and or anonymous, wow, anonymous, that was something that Trump said, anonymous intelligence summaries and also specifically Bibi Netanyahu. The result, the claim that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction that was proved false, and then the consequences, we were in a 20-year war. Erosion of credibility and academic integrity. Jonah Lehrer from 2012. This is an interesting story. Science journalist Jonah Lehrer was found to have fabricated and misrepresented quotes from Bob Dylan, citing no verifiable primary source. He lost his publishing deals, credibility, and his job at the New Yorker. Something that was harmless to the greater good, but he lost his job because he positioned himself as a primary source and he was wrong about it. Misquoting or taking things out of context, another danger of not finding a primary source. Martin Luther King Jr. misquotes, okay? This is the example. Many quotes attributed to MLK are either paraphrased, incomplete, or misused to support agendas contrary to his actual positions. Without citing the original speeches or writings, the context is lost or weaponized. Another example, when Joe Biden, the racial jungle comment, Joe Biden was attributed to. That was entirely taken out of context. If you read the entire speech, he was talking about, I don't want to just create busing, which is going to create this racial jungle. I want to solve the problem of housing. Let's integrate our societies. If we're going to do it, let's do it. And all the right grabbed was the racial jungle. Out of context, that's a horrible statement. He probably could have used better words. But let's be real. What the primary source was, the speech, what he said, the entire context and the entire text of the speech, people pulled that out of context. Dangerous. Legal and ethical consequences also involve by not citing a primary source. Plagiarism and copyright violations. As somebody who works in media and somebody who's, I put my reputation on the fact that I'm not going to plagiarize, that I'm not going to violate somebody's copyrights, or if I do, I'm going to cite it and give them credit for it, especially since I do work to benefit clients who pay me to do work, and I got to be accurate. So my reputation, not only my professional reputation, but legality comes into play. Using secondary interpretations without citing original documents can lead to lawsuits or academic discipline. You could lose your tenure. You could lose your license. All these things. And then I think the one that we talk about today a lot is political manipulation, disinformation. Obama's apology tour, the myth behind it. A persistent claim that Obama went on an apology tour was based on commentary, not transcripts of speeches. Fact checkers reviewed actual text. They debunked it, but the myth endured due to lack of primary citation. Just numerous examples. These are little things that just pop in my brain. All right, I want to give you guys some sources of things that you can look at. If you're unsure, I have this somewhere. Where did I put that? Hang on a second. Okay, well, let's just get into it. How do you identify misinformation? And I'll save the quiz for the end. Identifying misinformation, false or misleading information spread without malicious intent, again, that's the definition of misinformation, requires a mix of critical thinking, fact-checking skills, and media literacy. All these things apply to how you navigate. It takes work, right? It takes a little bit of work. Critical thinking, fact-checking, and media literacy. Now, if I had my dream and somebody wants to fund this, so if there's somebody out there with deep pockets and you want to revolutionize the media literacy education, I'm your boy. I got a plan. I would travel the country. I would speak to lecture halls. I would stand in front of a crowd of middle school age kids and their parents and say, this is what media literacy looks like. This is how you navigate through it. This is what cognitive dissonance looks like. This is why critical thinking is necessary. And if you want to fund that, let me know. All right. How to identify it? Ask some simple questions. Does this make logical sense? Does what I just read, does that make sense to me? Ask that question. Be curious. Is it too shocking or outrageous to be true? What's the purpose of this message? Is it to inform? Is it to persuade? Is it to inflame? Is it to distract? All those things could be true. If you answer yes to any of those things, then chances are there might be a little bit of misinformation connected to it. Education and the ability to think critically, that's a skill. It's a muscle you have to exercise. So if you're not used to doing it, it's we become lazy. We become, we doom scroll. People on the left do this as well. People seek out confirmation bias. Like you seek out things and memes and statements that are thrown out there that in our world, because Trump says such outlandish things, it's hard to determine what's true or what's not. There's a new trend now where people are using his Truth Social account and writing statements that are not true. And people are grabbing that and say, hey, he said this too. No, he didn't say that. Check the source, okay? Is it legitimate? Thank you. Thank you so much. That's very sweet. Thank you so much. Is it legitimate? Is it recognized? Like I talked to you guys about, and these are just the sources that I've used because I've used them for a very, very long time, and I run them through fact checks and I compare what they're saying to the actual results and or compare them to other journalistic entities and see if they say the same thing. I use the AP, I use Reuters, I use BBC, I use Al Jazeera. Those are my primary sources that I use. I've also been introduced recently to Ground News and to Straight Arrow News, and I like both of them because they actually incorporate how the left and the right covers the same story, and then they score it. Like a story could be underreported by the left or overreported by the left, and I just like the way that they provide the journalism. So those are just my sources. Choose however you want to approach it. AP, Reuters, BBC, and Al Jazeera. Those are the four that I use pretty regularly. It's not to say that CNN or CBS, and I would also incorporate ABC into that list as well. And then the issue came up earlier as to why ABC settled that lawsuit. It's access. That's why they settled it. What George Stephanopoulos said was, he misquoted. He said that Donald Trump was found guilty he was convicted of grape. He was found civilly liable for sexual assault. He got sued. They settled. It all comes down to access. It's unfortunate, but that's the issue, right? So again, just because something is reported on CNN does not mean it's not factual. I, again, said I just don't like the way CNN packages their news. Okay? Site that rates leaning and yes, it's a good question. I use Media Bias Fact Check. Media Bias Fact Check is a great source because it's nonpartisan. You can even read about their history, and then you can run the news source through their filter. And all they do is they look back on stories and information that they've shared. Let's do one right now. Let's just do one, okay? Since we're here, let's just do it. What am I looking for? That? There we go. All right. This is their title. We are the most comprehensive media bias resource on the web. There are currently 9,500 media sources, journalists, and politicians listed. They use a methodology that's specific to report on the accuracy of the stories. Okay? So let's go check the ones that I just listed. So I use the AP, Reuters, the BBC, and Al Jazeera. Okay? So let's use the Associated Press first. And let's just see what the Media Bias Fact Check says about the AP. I'll tell you, and you'll read this, and you'll be like, oh, that makes sense as to why you would use that. All right, the Associated Press, and what they do is they give you a score, okay? They give you a score, overall score based on a few factors. Factual reporting, they're scored as high. So the categories are very high, high, mostly factual, mixed, low, and very low. They are scored high. Then they say, overall, we rate the Associated Press as left-centered biased. Of course, that's to be expected because everybody has a bias. Now, just because you're a left or right bias does not mean you're reporting on news that is not factual. But this is the overall summary. We rate the Associated Press left-leaning due to left-leaning editorializing of news stories and frequently conducting fact checks on conservatives. We also rate them very high for factual reporting due to proper sourcing as a reasonable fact check record. Okay? So nothing wrong with the bias. We all walk around with biases every day. What you want to know is if the information that they're providing you is factual. And they score extremely high, factually. Let's go to the BBC now. Again, bias is one thing. Done, but let's go through the exercise since we're talking about it today. Again, BBC, left center bias, high factual reporting. The same report, more or less. Overall, we rate BBC left-center bias based on story selection that slightly favors the left. We also rate them high for factual reporting due to proper sourcing of information. Although they have failed a fact check, they appropriately issued a correction. Okay? This is why I use these sources. Let's go conversely. Let's go to Fox News. since we talked about Fox earlier. All right? You'll see the stark difference. This is a source that I run all these things through. So this is Fox News. They rate mixed on factual reporting, which means they cannot be trusted for their fact checking. This is their statement. Overall, we rate Fox News right biased on editorial positions that align with the right and questionable due to the promotion of propaganda, conspiracy theories, pseudoscience, the use of poor sources, and numerous false claims and fact checks. Straight news reporting from beat reporters is generally fact-based and accurate, which earns them a mixed factual rating. So the Fox News, the local Fox News syndicates, they're going to bring their score up because the local Fox News entities they're checked. They're responsible. So here we go. We have the AP, the BBC, and I did CBS. I'll do it again. But those are sources that the right goes after all the time for saying that they're fake news. But we've got fact checking that determines it. Again, what MediaBiasFactCheck.com does, all they do is they track the legitimacy of their stories. Do they cite a source properly? Did they give credit? Did they correct if there was an error? And that's why they score so poorly. And then the last one we'll check on this, and we'll get back to the quiz in just a second. Yes, I know, Kipper. I agree. This is Newsmax. And this is the reason I want to bring up Newsmax is because Newsmax is gaining a lot more clout these days. Well, I'm not going to say a lot more clout, but they're gaining viewership and they're gaining their audience. So this is Newsmax when it comes to factual reporting. They report as low. We rate Newsmax right, biased, and questionable based on the promotion of conspiracy theories and pseudoscience, as well as numerous failed fact check. So they fail fact checks and they're low credibility. You can then decide. You can decide where you want to get your news from. I'm only up here to tell you what the data tells us. We have AP, we have Reuters, we have the BBC, we have Al Jazeera. They all score high on a credibility. Yes, they have bias, but they all score high on factual reporting and their ability to recognize if they've done something or reported something inaccurately, then they make the correction. Whereas news agencies like Fox and Newsmax, on the contrary, they don't. Make sense? Good. Again, you're the smartest chat on TikTok. All right, so then verify with other fact-checking sites, like we just went to the Media Bias Fact Checker. And these are just some of the ones that I've used in the past. Snopes, PolitiFact, FactCheck.org, Reuters Fact Check, and then the AP Fact Check. And these are all websites. You can literally just run right through, and I'll post this in the chat. Copy a suspicious claim and Google it with the word fact check. That's a little tip. I don't know if you knew that. If you see something is suspicious, just copy the claim and then Google fact check. Hey, buddy, come here. Come here. So those are ways that you can navigate through that kind of stuff. Check the date. Old content can be reshared out of context. Check the date of the story that you're looking at, and then look for timestamps or updates. You want the most recent. You look for something that's 6 months ago, prior to something happening. Somebody might report on that as a truth, but again, the world has changed, right? The world has changed. Examine images and videos carefully. It's a big one. Use reverse image search. Something I just started doing a couple years ago. Google Images or TinEye to find the original. Videos can be edited, mislabeled, or taken out of context, and we now live in a world of AI. So question everything. Question all of it. Look for emotional manipulation. Posts that make you feel angry, scared, or smug are designed to override your logic. Misinformation often uses, what do I tell you guys every single day? Remember when I read to you guys statements from Truth Social and I call out certain things? What is it that I call out when I read something from Donald Trump? I do it every day whenever I read his statements. What do I tell you that he does? All caps. It's a strategy. Misinformation often uses all caps, emojis, or extreme language for it to go viral. It's a strategy. It's something that they do. This stuff, I've been studying this stuff for a very long time. So again, you don't have to take my word for it, but these are cues. I learned this stuff. I work in this space, right? Emphasis is one thing. All caps is intended to distract. He uses all caps when he wants to lie to you. That's what he does. When he wants to manipulate the truth, misinform you, redirect you. it's a strategy. You're right, because it draws attention. Cross-check the claim. Do multiple reliable sources report the same thing? Is it only one source that's reporting it? Remember when we went through the exercise, and I think this is a real-time example. We went through the exercise of the claim for the ceasefire, and the only place that we could find it for a very long time was from the White House. So if anybody, I don't care if it came from the Obama White House or the Biden White House, if that's the only source, don't believe it. Just because that person might align with your beliefs, don't believe it. Let's get it confirmed. So that's where, again, thanks to the mods, thanks to Obi, a lot of people were desperately trying to find sourcing, and we couldn't find it. It took us a long time. Then they stopped reporting on it. Then we started to hear some rumblings about, yeah, this may have been introduced not the way it was sold to us. Verify it. More than one source. Does the official data or an expert back it up? Has it been peer reviewed? Do other people make the same claim? Can you find alternative news agencies reporting on the same story but citing the same source? So their editorialized information is one thing, but are they citing the same? Is it a report? Is it data? Is it whatever that might be? If that's included in the report, then yes, you can trust that. And then what evidence is provided? Screenshots or anonymous tips do not equal proof. All right? The known tactics. Here's the tactic. Cherry picking, highlighting only parts of the data to mislead. The example we gave earlier of Joe Biden and the racial jungle comment, right? False equivalencies, comparing unrelated things as equal. As equal. When they talk about, we can use the horrible rhetoric and the statements that they make about the trans community in particular, making all these claims that are just untrue in an attempt to justify their hatred towards marginalized communities. Fake experts, RFK, quoting non-credible or fringe individuals. People used the, what was the Dinesh D'Souza film? You guys all know. It was at the tip of my tongue. What was the name of that
2,000
movie?
Mules, that one?
Thank you. Yes, 2,000 Mules. So that would be a perfect example. Dinesh D'Souza makes a claim, first of all, a conspiracy theorist who was a felon, had to be pardoned, and then that became something that the right wanted to cite. Dangerous. Impersonation, mimicking real outlets or using fake logos in an attempt to gain credibility. 10,000 Mules? I think it was 2,000 Mules. And then deep fakes, memes, altered visuals shared without context. I don't know how we're going to navigate through that, especially as AI becomes more powerful and and people become more accustomed to using it. That's going to be a tough one. So I don't know. I don't know how to navigate through that. Although I would say if it's a deep fake, it's a meme, I would go back to are there corroborating stories with the same image from a source that you trust? Are they sharing the same thing? That might be the best way to go through it.
How about this? Memes are for entertainment purposes only. That's it. That's how you address memes. If your sources, again, and this is super important, if your source is a Facebook group and 60% of the posts are meme related, you are being manipulated and lied to. Memes are not truths. They are propaganda. No matter what side or political affiliation it's associated with, a meme is meant to elicit an emotional response, right? And so forget deep fakes. Let's just address the real problem: people's inability to separate fact from fiction because they want to believe in something. They have a desire to believe in something. Here's an example. I would love to be 6'5" and a player in the NBA, right? So I could go ahead and generate a meme that supports that, but I'm neither 6'5" or have any skills on a basketball court, right? So it's not, because listen, I think AI has a place, right?
I agree. I agree.
But
if people know how to use it properly, like anything else.
Yes, the responsibility is still falling on the individual, because I don't want people copping out, right? I don't want people getting duped and then blaming someone, because if you're not pointing the finger at you first, then you're the problem, right?
That's exactly right. That's a good point. It still requires, AI has the potential to make us even lazier, so let's not let that happen. Real quick, I want to thank
is that possible?
Mary, yes. I want to thank Mary Ellen for your donation on Venmo. We, again, are crowdfunded here, friends. We do need 6 subs for our next target so we can do another contest on Friday. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate y'all very, very much. And then please continue tapping. Okay, final tips on this particular section. Be skeptical, not cynical. Don't share if you're unsure. Educate others about shaming if possible, and then report misinformation on platforms when you see it, right? So I've got a quiz for you guys, all right? So I want to go through this exercise, and we'll see how you do. I just want you guys to think this through a little bit. So I'm just going to ask you questions about certain scenarios. I'm going to give you some options, and then we'll go through these one at a time. So question 1. A viral post on Facebook claims drinking lemon water cures C19. Big Pharma doesn't want you to know this. Is that an example of misinformation, accurate information, or needs further clarification? What do you guys think in the chat? Is that misinformation, accurate information, or needs further verification? Interesting. Well, the majority of folks said, no, it's misinformation. This is why. No scientific evidence supports lemon water curing C19. This is a health myth commonly shared on social media. Claims that Big Pharma doesn't want you to know this are a red flag for conspiracy thinking. See how easy it is to think, okay, that sounds like it might be legit. I guess I need to know more. And then therefore, do you allow yourself to go down that rabbit hole of information? So that's misinformation. Okay? Question number 2. Question number 2. Hold on. I lost my spot. Question number 2. An article on a website you've never heard of says, quote, NASA confirms Earth will go dark for 6 days straight in December due to solar storms. Is that misinformation, accurate information, or needs further verification, and why?
You said NASA?
Correct. Interesting. Again, misinformation. And why? NASA has repeatedly debunked the Earth will go dark hoax. This false claim recirculates every few years with no basis in science or official announcements. Right? You see how easy this is? I'm doing this exercise because this is super fucking easy to fall into this trap. And again, you would not, I'm just sharing these things with you now. You guys have not had time to kind of sit and digest on it, but I'm just trying to get your brains to think about things differently. Okay? All right. Question number 3. It's quiz time with facts. A tweet from the Associated Press reports that voter turnout in a recent election was 67%, citing official state data. Is that misinformation, accurate information, or needs further verification, and why?
It cited state data.
Correct.
Which we know runs all federal elections.
Correct.
I'm trying to help the chat out.
Interesting. Kind of split. That would be considered accurate information. The Associated Press, again, a reputable news source, and then they cited the primary source. So the AP would be the secondary source in this case, but they cited the primary source, the state election agencies, which provides credibility. This is an example of verifiable, sourced information. Accurate. Okay? All right. You guys are doing pretty well. I was kind of expecting that there would be some, these are hard questions, but you guys are the smartest chat on TikTok. All right, it is tricky, right? This is the point. This is tricky. Question 4. A meme says that Bill Gates owns all the farmland in America and plans to force everyone to eat fake meat. Misinformation, accurate information, or needs further verification, and why?
When you say fake meat, are we talking about McDonald's hamburgers? Just asking for clarification.
That's just so good, though. Obviously, that's misinformation. Okay, so while Bill Gates does own some farmland, the claim that he owns all and plans to force fake meat on Americans is a distorted conspiracy theory lacking credible evidence. That one's kind of easy, but I just wanted to share that anyway. All right, fun. Next question. So yeah, exactly. Question number 5. A local health department website says, quote, "We recommend flu vaccines for all residents over the age of 6 months." Is that misinformation, accurate information, or needs further verification? Again, the question, a local health department website says, quote, "We recommend flu vaccines for all residents over the age of 6 months." Is it misinformation, accurate, or needs further verification? It's accurate. It's accurate because this recommendation aligns with the CDC and WHO guidance. Local health departments commonly promote flu vaccination for public health. Right? See what I mean? This is not easy. This is the point of this exercise today, because it's not easy. And I'm just my only hope here is that you guys just will put your thinking caps on and just be like, all right, I need a little bit more information on that. Don't follow the herd, so to speak. Okay. Question 6. Got a few more. A YouTube video shows a news anchor saying something inflammatory. The clip is only 10 seconds long and has no context. Is it misinformation, accurate information, or needs further verification? Again, the question. A YouTube video shows a news anchor saying something inflammatory. The clip is only 10 seconds long and has no context. Is it accurate, or needs further verification? You guys are starting to get it. Needs further verification. A 10-second clip with no context can easily mislead. Without the full segment or source, it's impossible to determine accuracy. Always verify short clips with full footage or transcripts. Good work. You guys are getting there. Their brains are firing. All right, number 7. A friend forwards a WhatsApp message. Quote, "The military has secretly taken control of the government. Don't trust the media." Misinformation, accurate, or needs further verification?
Was there a guy shouting America when it was shared?
America! Yeah, obviously that's misinformation. Why? Extraordinary claims like a secret military takeover require extraordinary evidence. No credible source or institution supports the claim, making it classic viral disinformation, and it wouldn't likely come via WhatsApp. All right? That's another little tell. Okay.
Unless it's from Pete Hegseth, then it might need further verification.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Okay. Let me see if I go back to my questions here. I think we're on number 7. Number 8. Question number 8. A headline reads, quote, "Scientists discover a new species of frog in the Amazon." The article links to a university press release. Misinformation, accurate information, or needs further verification? Okay. Accurate. A discovery reported with a university press release is likely trustworthy. Academic institutions routinely publish peer-reviewed research and field findings. So that's the little quiz. So I think what it showed me is that there's still a lot of opportunity for us to be like, oh, okay, yeah, I get why that would potentially be something that I should research. Now, big picture, I think if we approach this is that everything needs further investigation and verification was probably a good strategy, right? I think 100%. It's probably a good strategy to take. So, like it said, the instructions that I gave you earlier, or the guidance I gave you earlier, is like, be curious, question everything, especially now. Now, I know most of you don't have the time or the resources to do this, and I find the time because this shit's important to me. Like I said, one of the reasons that I realized that there's an opportunity for me to exist in TikTok is because of all this kind of shit that we deal with every single day. There's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of disinformation that's out there. So these are hopefully tools that will help you go through it, but just be diligent, right? Verify everything. Yeah, verify everything, right? All right, so then I guess just to wrap this particular section, I was curious about, so I found a Psychology Today article, and I kind of followed a little bit of a rabbit hole, and then it brought me to how the right and the left look at information differently and who's more susceptible. The spread of misinformation is not exclusive to any one political ideology, as we've studied. Studies, and this from Psychology Today, studies show that right-leaning media outlets, especially those associated within the MAGA movement and far-right populism, are disproportionately responsible for spreading false or misleading content, particularly since 2015. Harvard's Berkman Klein Center in 2020 in a study titled Network Propaganda, researchers found that, quote, right-wing media, for example, Fox News, Breitbart, Gateway Pundit, etc., formed a closed ecosystem spreading misinformation with little correction. Left-leaning media tended to self-correct more often and then relied on mainstream sourcing. So, as we discussed earlier, the right-wing ecosphere, right? And we've picked the two most prominent right-wing news agencies, Fox and now Newsmax. Both score incredibly low for credibility, and both score incredibly low for factual reporting. That is their model, right? Whereas on the left, if they get something wrong, they will correct it, by and large. Disinformation was largely a supply-side problem rooted in the right-wing media system, wrote from this article, Benkler, Ferris, and Roberts from Network Propaganda. All right? MIT and New York University did a study between 2018 and 2021. MIT researchers found that false stories spread faster and farther on Twitter when they aligned with right-wing narratives. Remember that exercise we did before when we compared the right-wing social media ecosphere to the left and how the right is dominating in those spaces? You know, Charlie Kirk, Tim Pool, Elon Musk, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That they dominate spaces, which is why we're trying to grow our following in other platforms so that we can help be part of the resistance, so to speak. So again, MIT researchers found that false stories spread faster and further on Twitter when they aligned with the right-wing narrative. They noted a high correlation between conspiracy content and right-leaning accounts during the 2016 and 2020 election. So a lot of those accounts gained strength, gained size, gained credibility during the 2016 and 2020 elections. And then we know what happened. The Center for Media Engagement from the University of Texas, they did an analysis and showed that left-leaning outlets occasionally publish slanted or misleading content, but rarely fabricate stories outright. Right-leaning outlets were more likely to publish conspiracies, Q, for example, deep state, C19 disinformation, and then election denialism. So we're all subjected to misinformation. We're all subjected to these biases. The question is, are you verifying your sources? Are you going through these exercises where you're forcing yourself to critically think and analyze everything? Or are you just going to be lazy and just be like, I trust that person. You can trust Rachel Maddow. You can trust her. Doesn't mean that she's not biased. Doesn't mean that doesn't sensationalize things. But if you watch her news coverage, she is citing things. She is sourcing things compared to Jesse Waters, compared to, the cesspool that is the right wing. Here's the snapshot. Harvard's Network Propaganda, right-wing media ecosystem spreads the most disinformation. MIT Twitter research found that falsehoods with right-wing slants spread faster and wider. Pew Research Center in 2020, Fox News viewers were least likely to trust accurate C19 information. Think about that, the danger behind that. They were unwilling to trust accurate information from reliable sources, primary sources. And then the EU, in their Disinformation Lab study, found that far-right pages dominate online misinformation in the US and in Europe. Why the imbalance? On the right, distrust of mainstream media fuels reliance on ideological pure outlets. That's the whole game right there. Again, distrust of mainstream media, fake news, blah, 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 fuels reliance on ideologically pure sources, aka Donald Trump. Partisan outlets monetize outrage and loyalty, Fox, OAN, Newsmax, etc., and then higher overlap with conspiracy-driven communities. That's the right. On the left, they tend to rely more on mainstream outlets, for example, the New York Times, NPR, AP. Ideological slants still exist, but less evidence of outright fabrication. And then some hyper-partisan blogs or influencers distort facts or clicks, but to a significantly lesser degree. So again, me being objective, it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen on the left, but it's not even close. It's not even close. They're not even in the same world, right? Not even in the same ecosphere. Couple of caveats, though. Both sides are susceptible, as we just said, to misinformation, especially when it aligns with an emotional or ideological bias. We know that. We all are prone to fall into the cognitive dissonance trap. We've got to be objective with ourselves, and we're trying to rewrite history here a little bit, right? Media literacy and source awareness are more important than ideology alone. You want to be wrong. Go into this thinking that doesn't make sense. I want to believe that. I need to know if I'm accurate. I need to know if that's accurate. Remember, better to be last and right than first and wrong. Social media, of course, amplifies the whole thing. Misinformation, regardless of the origin. Disinformation is intentional. Disinformation coming from the White House right now, claiming that they obliterated the nuclear facilities in Iran. Obliterated it. And there's no evidence to back that up. That's disinformation. I'm going to discredit everybody else who's reporting on this. I'm going to call them low-level losers. Even though the intelligence comes from the people that they hired, we're going to refer to them as low-level losers. That's disinformation. Misinformation is now when you're trolling the streets later on TikTok and you hear them spreading this, saying, oh, it's fake news reported by CNN. No, it wasn't. That's misinformation. Right-leaning news sources, especially those outside the mainstream, are currently more likely to be sources of systemic misinformation and disinformation based on volume, virality, and intent. However, vigilance is important. No side is immune. We are all potentially victims of all of this. The right strategy is to emotionally energize their base. The left wants to get it right and sometimes doesn't, but is much more inclined to report on their inaccuracies. Not my opinion. This is just what the data tells you. Think about the response that we get from the right when they see a story that's shared on Fox News without context. Okay? I think the last thing I want to talk about is how what's considered a reliable source. And we talked about the .gov sites, right? So I don't entirely agree with a .gov being a reliable source. And we went through that a little bit earlier. The problem is because everything has become so hyper-partisan, it's difficult to say, well, here's a perfect example, okay? When the right refers to an oversight hearing, and and I think the left has to be partially responsible for this because, like, that's not a .gov site. You can't refer to that's a .gov site. So someone from the MAGAverse then says, well, I went to the .gov. You guys told me to, and now you're telling me I can't trust it? So a .gov site could be, houseoversight.gov, chaired by James Comer, I think in this case. If he puts out a statement on the .gov website that is loaded with mistruths, then we can't trust a .gov website. No different than anything coming slanted from the left. No different, right? No different. What you want, again, are the primary sources. We can use that statement they made about 300,000 missing children, undocumented. 300,000 missing kids. The Biden administration lost these kids. That story wasn't even close to true. The numbers didn't match, and the circumstance was it was just paperwork. Just they didn't get their court date on time because of paperwork issues. That was when that was sourced. That's what we found. So just be careful, please. Just be careful. Somebody's requested. There's Mark. Yeah, you read about Hunter's laptop on a .gov? Yeah, who put it out is the question. Right? That's a really good point.
Hey, Fax.
Hey, Mark, how are you?
I really appreciate this your live that you're doing. Thank you for the information you're spreading. Happy Pride Month.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate you saying that. Thanks.
I just want to tell people, be especially careful on the Book of Faces. You know what I'm saying? They allow people to promote stories that are absolutely false. And I wanted to give you a good example. Every Super Bowl, the right comes out with a post about whatever hot country star of, who's ever, trending that year, refused $1 million paycheck to perform at the Super Bowl. And it's absolute nonsense. No one gets paid to perform at the Super Bowl. But there's thousands and thousands of comments of people like, yeah, that's right, America first. No, it's like ridiculous. It's one of the examples I can bring up that happens every single year, and people fall for it every single year.
Really good point. I mean, Facebook. I mean, this is where I think about regulation of social media. Like, I'm a free speech guy, but it would seem like there has to be, like, I know that Facebook fired a bunch of fact checkers or whatever that story was, and like, why would you do that? I really concern myself. Like, we think about the community guidelines violations that we get up here. Oftentimes, like, I'll go and troll right-wing spaces so you don't have to. You're welcome. All they do is spread misinformation. That's all they do, and their content stays up, or their live stays up, right? And then here we are just trying to report objectively on shit, and we get restrictions every day. So there is a serious issue in these spaces, which is kind of why we have to have these conversations.
And now before I go, I'll give you one more quick example of how I fall for it, because I'm not immune to it. Because so unfortunately, I happen to be a Steelers fan. Again, it's a football example, but it reaches a lot of people. I think.
I thought we were friends, Mark. Apparently not.
I am definitely going to be rooting for the Cincinnati Bengals defense this year, and that hurts me. But yeah, so every story that had Aaron Rodgers rejects Steelers, it caught my eye. I opened it and I looked at it, and I was like, wait a minute, there's no actual facts here. But still, there are thousands of people commenting it and liking it, and it caught my attention because sports is something I'm interested in. Facebook knows I'm, that's, one of the teams I follow. So, of course, it catches my eye. Now, if I didn't have a discerning mind, I'd be like, oh, okay, great. He's not going to be on the team. But, of course, he is on the team. And, yes, I am going to be rooting for the Cincinnati Bengals defense to clobber him as much as possible, because I believe lying about what he did to lie about his team, and the fact that, he did a lot of lying and a lot of bad things, and there's a reason why Shailene Woodley dumped him. So,
of course,
that's all I wanted to mention. I'm not
it exists everywhere.
Myself.
Well, it exists. I mean, your point's valid. It exists everywhere. So we just have to be very mindful and diligent. Thanks for jumping in today, Mark. It's been a while. I'm glad you're here. Have a good day.
Thank you for what
See
you
you later.
Facts.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. A little bit more sound from the NATO chief. Here's the sound from the president. This is just, I haven't heard this yet. This is crazy, apparently. Well, listen to this and see what he has to say.
Go ahead, back white, yeah. White jacket, yeah. Go ahead, give my mic.
Hello. Deborah Haynes from Sky News. Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No? He did it very affectionate. Daddy, you're my daddy.
Do you regard your NATO allies, though, as kind of like children? And
Go ahead.
What? By the way, one of the pushes from the Trump administration is to increase NATO spending to 5%, which, by the way, would add another $800 billion to the defense budget in our country. That's one of the pushes that they're pushing for at the NATO summit.
And keep in mind, It will always be optional, never mandatory nor required. It's
Correct.
optional.
Unless they
It's
change the
a
terms.
suggestion only.
Yep. I agree, unless they change the terms, right? I agree with you.
Poland is still number one in percentage of all of overall GDP to defense spending, not
That
the
is
United
correct.
States.
So I know that was a lot today, you guys. I hope you appreciate that, because there's just like we live in this space every single day. Like we live in this just absolute just cesspool of misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda. And humbly speaking, you know, I've been trained in this shit. Like, I'm aware of this. I've been paying attention to this for a very, very long time. And it's not easy. Just that quiz that I gave you guys gives you an example, right, of how it's so hard. So if I could just leave you with this: verify everything, fact check everything. Seriously, go through the exercise of questioning what you see. Like, does that make sense? That doesn't make sense. I do want to just recap real quick. Again, congratulations to Zohran Mamdani for winning the Democratic primary in New York City. I think that is amazing. If that should give the Democrats a blueprint to how to win fucking elections. You speak to voters. You don't speak at them. You listen to them. You find out what they want. You listen. Then you write policy in support of it. You go into it open-minded. You go into it with your convictions in line. This is what I stand for. I'm not going to apologize for it. This is what I believe. This is why I think people should vote progressives, because we want to change the fucking world. So congratulations to Mr. Mamdani for winning at least the first round. Again, not finalized until a candidate in New York gets above 50%. That likely won't happen until next week sometime. But that's because...
Don't forget Silver Fox.
Hey now.
I think it's really important that, and I forgot the woman who came up who was in media and now is in film. I forgot her handle. Dang it. What the heck was her TikTok handle?
I followed her.
All in the something.
All things film.
Yep. I think she brought up the most important thing, at least from an empath's perspective, was how is it that we get to empathy? That was really poignant, the way she walked through that and pointed that out. And I'm not talking about showing any empathy for the right. That ship has sailed. I have zero, will not have zero. But when examining the things that are happening to human beings as a result of the bigotry, the ignorance, and the racism from the right, we need to have empathy for these people. Specifically, that mother that just lost the fetus and had her pregnancy prematurely terminated, not of her choosing, because they were thrown into and kidnapped into some kind of facility that ignored the humanity of a mother. I have empathy for her and sympathy for her. I have zero empathy for people that believe she deserved to be there. You are not pro-life. You are pro-forced birth. You are not for human rights. You are against human rights. But that empathy for those that don't understand the victim stories, I think is really an important part. Like the right that continues to blame the Orange Weasel Teats victims, right? Continues to blame them. Why don't we ever show empathy for the actual victim of these crimes, alleged or not? That's it.
It's a good point, buddy. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you, my friend.
Love you, bro.
Love you too. See you later. So I don't know how we get ourselves out of this cycle, but I think it takes each of us every single day to just be very cognizant of what's happening around us, right? You know, it is by design. So it's going to be emotional. There are things that are going to be said that are going to get you angry, and that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't allow that emotion to keep you from finding out what the truth is. Remember what I said. I would rather be last and correct than first and wrong. We live in a 25-hour, 8-day-a-week breaking news cycle. Other people will get to the story first. Let them. Our job is to navigate through the haze of mis and disinformation. As a reminder, June not only is it Pride Month, but it's also Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. I've been transparent about this. My mental health is in the shitter. Working on it, trying to get better. I'm really grateful for this amazing community that we have around us. It's not good, so it's okay to not be okay. I would love other men to use me potentially as an example to say, yeah, I'm not okay either. You don't have to suffer in silence. You know, if there are people in your community that you can lean on to support, I hope there are. If there's not, I feel awful about that. But I believe in therapy. I certainly believe in advocating for men to seek therapy. Fuck the societal stigma. Get the help that you need, because the alternative is not good. Not good at all. We're going to rate our friend Monica, Moneda. You'll find Monica and Olive together today. Please go over there and say hello. Hope you guys enjoyed this today. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. If you haven't yet, remember, we are crowdfunded. Anything you can do here to support the channel would be great. My pay-ups are above my head. Please always consider following us on YouTube, also Substack, also Twitch. All the links are in my bio. Facts HQ is also available. There's some really cool merch over there if you want to support the channel. That's another way to do it. Love you all. Love you mods. Best mods on TikTok.